Tigbow to come back for this event, our elected officials, and you, our community. Please give yourselves a round of applause. This is why we do the hard work together. Thank you all for being here.
So before getting started into the rest of our program, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the dignitaries that we have with us and some of our amazing organizations and partners. When I say your name or your organization's name, please stand to be recognized. From the Office of Congressman John Garamendi, we have Mel Orpelia. From the Office of Assemblymember Lori Wilson, we have Tiffany Jones. From the Office of Supervisor Cassandra James, we have Yuritsi Martinez. From the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, we have Christian Anderson with us. We have Vice Mayor Trevor Mazinski, who is also from Capsilano JPA. We have Thomas Jute on behalf of GBRD Board. And we have multiple representatives from various boards and commissions within the city of Vallejo. Please stand and be acknowledged. Also in attendance with us, we have representatives from Capsilano JPA staff, the Continuum of Care, Lived Experience Committee, and Tripartite Advisory Board. We have representatives from our local healthcare partners that provided the operational funding to open these doors. We have Sutter Health. We have Kaiser Permanente. And North Bay Health. We also have with us the staff from our operator 5 Keys. This is the team that will be working on site to provide the needed services to our community. Everybody that you see around you in the teal is our 5 Keys team.
Speak.
I would also like to acknowledge the other agencies that work alongside the city of Vallejo. We have representatives from the Greater Vallejo Recreation District, Vallejo Flood and Wastewater District, Vallejo Unified School District, Solano County, and staff from our surrounding cities. We also have the nonprofit organizations and advocacy groups that are working.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and call our meeting to order. It's a special meeting of the Vallejo City Council, and I'll ask our city clerk to please conduct the roll call.
Mayor Source.
Present.
Vice Mayor Bergenzer.
Present.
Council members Gordon.
Present.
Ledeju. Matias.
Here.
Matulik.
Present.
I will note for the record, Councilmember Palmaris is currently absent.
All right. Thank you. And I'll ask everyone to please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right. So we have one item tonight on our special meeting, which is on our action calendar. And I'll turn it over to our city clerk to announce the item, if you're willing.
Discussion and possible direction on community violence mitigation for summer 2025.
All right. And I want to thank everyone for being willing to meet tonight. This meeting came at the request of the community. And I think this will be a really important conversation, and I want to thank our staff and PD and everyone who put together these materials in the week that we had to prep for the meeting. And our police chief is our acting city manager up at the dais with us, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to you, Chief Ta. I believe we have a presentation on this item, right?
Great, thank you, Mayor. Jason Ta, acting city manager, I guess this evening. Tonight we're going to have a presentation for you. Deputy Chief Knight is going to be presenting. He is accompanied by Sergeant Rashad Hollis. So we'll talk about some data. We didn't have a lot of time to prepare from, I believe this all started Thursday, Friday-ish. So we have some data. We'll talk about our current strategies. We'll talk about some short and long-term strategies, and we'll close up with some questions and answers. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Knight.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Bob Knight, your Deputy Chief of Police. To my right is our Community Engagement Sergeant, Rashad Hollis. I'm going to raise your chair up a little bit.
Good day.
So, staff worked quite a bit on trying to provide, in the short amount of time, the amount of material that could help inform you on some of the topics that I envision we will discuss today. Those were a couple of items which were first some year-to-date statistics on gun violence and shooting incidents. We were able to break those down by the individual police beats throughout the city. I know there's some overlap with council districts and police beats. We can help navigate through that a little bit if needed. We provided the most recent operations report, which has a variety of the crimes that we report out on to the FBI each year. It also has just some overview statistics in comparison to where we were at last year around this same period of time, and just some of the different things like use of force, vehicle pursuits, the amount of incidents that we're dealing for that particular month. There was also a document that we are very happy to present for the first time publicly. I had to do some redactions on the document because there is some very case-specific things in some of the maps that you probably hopefully saw in your packet where it's blocked out. That has police report numbers, specific addresses and locations of things that the assessment produced. So we are I thought there was no time better than this meeting to kind of roll out this assessment that was done through our National Public Safety Partnership. We had some subject matter experts that really came and gave an intense overview and assessment of the department. I do envision this being a pretty good blueprint roadmap for some of the strategies that we want to employ in the short term and also obviously in the long term. Also, to inform the council a little bit more on our public safety partnership and how important, extremely important that is. I know I've talked about it here when I've been here in the past. That's just the acceptance letter that kind of gives an overview of what it is. We were selected amongst 4 other cities across the nation. I don't know if I'm going to get this right. It's us, Knoxville, Tennessee, Minneapolis, Minnesota, San Antonio, Texas, and Raleigh, North Carolina. We are the small fish in a pretty big pond. Those are some heavy hitter cities. There's been some other very large metropolitan cities that have been selected for previous public safety partnerships. It has been truly a very positive and created a lot of momentum from a lot of people all throughout the country that have really been able to come in and take a look at the city of Vallejo and some of the things that we're doing, some of the goals that we have, and some of the strategies that we can employ moving forward while we're part of this partnership and well beyond. I think that was it. Was there any other material that I missed? Okay, I guess we can go to the first slide, man. So what I hope this presentation can start is a conversation that I think that we'll deal with tonight. I wanted to kind of structure this in a way of what we're currently doing now when there is violent incidents and the way our response to those violent incidents, balancing and acknowledging our current realities, our current realities. We are in a public safety staffing emergency. So I want you guys to know the things that we are doing. Happy to take suggestions at the end of things that we can employ currently. I wanted to talk about short-term strategies, things that we're trying to employ right now and within the next year. There's also going to be some long-term strategies to take a little bit more thought and strategy, potentially funding, etc. But before I started, I wanted to really talk about something that is pertinent to policing in any urban environment, or any environment for that matter, is reactive policing versus proactive policing. I just want to be clear with the council and with the community that we are strictly in pretty much reactive policing right now. With our staffing currently where we're at, I do think there's some positive trends and that our trajectory is heading in the right direction, but we truly are in a reactive mode. As further in the presentation, you'll hear some of our current solve rates for our murders, which is very good, but that is reactive. That's after the crime or the gun violence has already occurred. We want to trend in the direction of being proactive. And you'll see some things, I think, when we get to the short-term strategy slide that I hope you can agree with me that is trending in the right direction of creating a proactive policing environment where we want to try to deter crime or prevent crime before it becomes crime or gun violence. All right, next slide. Okay, I just touched on it a second ago. We want to maintain our current homicide solve rate. Homicides aren't anywhere close to the end-all be-all of everything that involves targeted gun violence, but it is a good metric. It's a good metric for us in policing. Last year in 2024, we had 25 murders, I believe, give or take. I don't know off the top of my head, but it was too many. We had a 68% solve rate. Just to kind of give some context to that for the council, that's a very good solve rate. We are close to closing a few other cases that I can't talk about specific details, that I do envision that 68% solve rate going up. We currently, in 2025, prior to the most recent murder on Griffin Drive, we were at 100% solve rate. So of the 7 murders we've had year to date in 2025, we were at 100% solve rate where we have identified suspects with prosecutable cases. That number unfortunately dropped to 85 because we have not currently solved the Griffin Drive murder. Where are we at in terms of our investigations division? We are okay, and we are experiencing pretty good solve rates for murders. When you start talking about other crimes, non-fatal shootings, we have a high number. We don't have a very good solve rate. That is a very common trend in modern policing in urban environments. We need to do much better in non-fatal shootings. The volume is so high that we are dedicating our, as you see here on the slide, 1 detective lieutenant, 1 detective sergeant, 2 detective corporals, but one of those corporals is dedicated purely to property and evidence and all the multitude of responsibilities that go with that. We essentially have 1 working investigative detective corporal and 5 detectives. You can imagine that's not even close to enough in terms of if you really want to really penetrate into non-fatal shootings, domestic violence follow-up, a myriad of property crime that we would like to get investigated, like burglaries and car break-ins. We are not where we need to be in any way, shape, or form. So we are proud of our homicide solve rate, but that is just one aspect of gun violence. What are we doing when violent crime does occur or to try to deter violent crime? What we're currently doing is after violent crimes, we're engaging in hotspot policing and visible patrols. That is a 100% strictly reactive mechanism. A violent crime occurs, it obviously creates community angst and concern. We will deploy extra officers on overtime to that particular area to make contacts in the public, make contact with businesses, engage in proactive enforcement stops to try to quell that sense of fear related to that crime. That is a reactive mechanism. A proactive mechanism that we are currently engaged in is we are currently working with our collaboration with the Sideshow Deterrent Program with the California Highway Patrol. That has been so far extremely successful in deterring sideshows, but the beauty of that is when they are deterring sideshows and they're not occurring, the CHP and a complement of Vallejo officers that we have on overtime to supplement the CHP unit are engaging in proactive patrols and doing those type of things. That's something that's been working very well for us. We get an after-action report, internal after-action report after each one of those sideshow deterrent programs. And most recently, we deterred a major sideshow that was starting at Sonoma and Lemon. That would have been hundreds of participants, but with the help of the CHP and our Vallejo officers, that Sonoma and Lemon sideshow was deterred. They went away. They left town. That is something that we are engaging in, and the CHP is committed to twice per month on random days. We don't report out on when those days are, for obviously the effect of the randomness, so that the sideshow participants don't know when that's going to occur, but they have committed to 2 days per month for us. They've committed to that through the summer and potentially beyond. That is something that we are hoping to continue as long as possible. What I don't know, and what we don't know, is how that is or potentially is not connected to our proclaimed state of emergency. We don't know how that will affect if we are no longer in a staffing emergency. Also, we have our neighborhood impact team. This is a program that we have revitalized. It's a program that previously existed in the department for a short period of time. We have revitalized it and customized it to what we currently have. That's something that Sergeant Hollis is in charge of. Anytime we can deploy the neighborhood impact team in a variety of ways, completely flexible, and what we have currently been deploying it is if there is high-profile execution of search warrants. For instance, the ATF and FBI engaged in large-scale takedowns that we did a press conference as a city and as with our federal partners. We deployed the neighborhood impact team to those particular neighborhoods so the community knew what was going on, that there's no cause for concern. It was a police action in the area. We've also deployed the neighborhood impact team after violent crimes. That neighborhood impact team can be comprised of a multitude of people, depending on what it is that they are trying to report out on. It can involve sworn officers. It often involves our iHeart members, our chaplains, our Vallejo Police volunteers that can go and knock essentially door to door and go to knock and inform the community of that impacted neighborhood. Anything else you want to add to that, Sergeant Hollis? You got to hit that.
And also we supply the community with resources who are affected by crimes, because we know that's not normal to see that many officers and to experience some of these just unthinkable, senseless crimes that occur in the neighborhood. So we provide resources to help the families adjust.
All right, next, another thing I wanted to include here that we're doing is what I called it is public transparency as a violence reduction strategy. It's a double-edged sword, right? So we are reporting out on social media more regularly incidents in which officers are engaging in proactive policing, where we're getting guns off the streets. I'm sure you guys have seen the post where there's police action that is taking place. That's a double-edged sword. Also, you're reporting on somewhat would be perceived as a negative incident in our city, but also it's sending a message to the community that our officers are out there engaging in police work, and to criminals that you just can't act with impunity. But it truly is a double-edged sword when you do that. We also engaged more recently in a joint press conference, and I know some folks here were able to speak and really send a message to the community that we are engaging in efforts and the things that we are doing currently, and the things that we want to do in the future, and also send a message to the criminal element that this type of conduct is not going to be acceptable in our city. We also participate in a number of industry standard cutting edge programs. We participate in the ATF NIBIN program. Don't ask me what that stands for. It does stand for something. That is where we do test fires on all the guns that we seize, and we send all of those casings, both for those test fires and the casings that we recover at shooting scenes, and they all go to the ATF along with many, many other cities in the region, and they're all compared, and they can connect casings from shootings in Vallejo to a shooting, say, in Antioch or Oakland, and we can then know that that same gun was used in other crimes. That's also a tool that we can use. We participate in the E-Trace program with ATF. That is a program in which it traces the history of a gun all the way back to all the owners and where it ultimately was purchased from. That is information that helps the ATF go after rogue firearm businesses that are selling to straw owners. A straw owner is if someone purchases a gun that can legally own a gun and then gives it to a criminal that can't possess a gun. So that's the E-Trace system. We engage in a variety of forensic evidence processing. This council just approved Serological's contract. So we are sending a variety of our evidence to do cutting-edge DNA testing, and that's something that you guys recently approved a contract for up to $500,000. That is a very, very important tool to try to solve gun violence. We also, as you know, engage in the Flock Technology program, where we have ALPR readers, we have Condor pan, tilt, zoom cameras, and a variety of things that go along with that. We are currently beta testing the Raven gunshot technology that is in certain geographic areas. We have 3 geographic areas that are covered that we were able to get sensors to purchase and have earmarked money set aside if it is approved to pay for about a year if that is something that we decide to do as a city. I think as part of our statistics, we'll get to it a little bit later, but I was happy to see that we have generated from January 7th to current, when this was produced, 429 Raven gunshot detection calls for service. So those are verified calls for service that the dispatchers are able to corroborate that gunfire did occur. And then ghost gun training. So as part of our public safety partnership, we have engaged our officers. Ghost guns are a major problem in all urban areas. It's a problem here in Vallejo. We have enacted as a city a ordinance that prohibits the creation of ghost guns, also the possession of ghost guns. Unfortunately, that hasn't, a municipal code hasn't been the deterrent from that activity as much as we had hoped. Ghost guns are guns that lack a serial number. They're not created by a gun manufacturer. They are usually created by 3D printers, and it creates the frame of a gun, and then you can purchase all the other equipment and mechanisms to actually build a gun that's operable. That is a big problem in our city as well as many other cities. And then finally, at some point, we may have, through further discussions afterwards, talk about and maybe answer any questions related to the violence analysis assessment that we had done through our public safety partnerships. That entailed 2 subject matter experts for free that came to the city of Vallejo through this partnership as a PSP site this year. They were able to do several meetings. They did, I think, 2 site visits, and were able to engage with a multitude of our staff to get a good sense of where we're currently at and what are something that I really impressed upon them is give me feasible, achievable recommendations, not pie in the sky, do this great grandiose thing that we can't accomplish under our current realities. You'll hear me today talk about our current realities. That's something that this discussion, I think, has to be rooted in. What are our current realities and what we can do? And I think this report did a pretty good job at that. Did a pretty good job at it and identified some things that we need to do, that we are currently doing, and some things that we want to do in the future. It also identified crime trends. We have been experiencing a crime trend in terms of gun violence and targeted violence that is different than we've been experiencing over the last 5 to 10 years. We had a very kind of a spike in violent crime that involved gangs. That has since, what this assessment found and what our staff has relayed, is that has really become decentralized. There is not the stereotypical blue team, red team, this gang is shooting at this gang. There is some version of that, but it is very decentralized. It oftentimes is very social media based, it's very city based, and it is kind of like Sergeant Hollis said, it's very senseless, and it's really sometimes hard for us and the community to make sense of things that are senseless. That's one of the things I think also that the assessment found, that in terms of trying to determine who is driving gun violence. Next slide. Okay, what are our current strategies that we're currently in the process of either implementing or trying to implement? Hopefully hopefully this term is not something that you haven't heard already. We're in the process of creating a problem-oriented police team. We're going to call it a POP team. Based on our current realities, we are going to start that with 1 sergeant and 3 officers. That's not anywhere close to enough of what we would like to do, of what we have previously had in years past, but it's a start. This team is going to have to start off as being very flexible. They're going to have to be able to be flexible in that they're going to have to respond to and reduce a variety of different crime types depending on whatever the trends that we may be trying to address at that time. Clearly, I think one of the first trends is targeting gun violence and targeted violence. That's going to have to be their number 1 priority. That is my goal. Their approach is going to be based upon crime intelligence and statistics and data. Our police department and most police departments across the country have become very, very data-based due to software and improvements in our ability to track and determine what is happening. We have a great crime analyst, Alan Pigg, that works at the police department, does a phenomenal amount of work. He's going to work hand in hand with this POP team to drive some of the results. When we don't have enough officers, we need to work smarter, not harder. That's when later on the presentation we'll also talk a little bit more about technology and some long-term goals about creating a real-time information center called an RTIC. Also, one of the things that the assessment found is you have one crime analyst and you have a lot of crime. That is not, you are tasking this one person with too many things. What we also found is we have 8 administrative analysts. A majority of those, I believe 5, were brought on to support our police reform efforts. We have now realized as a department we need to cross-train some of those folks. The police reform things that they are engaging in are extremely important and very, very much a priority for our department. But we cannot also have the issue of crime and violence and have one crime analyst doing that. So we're in the process of trying to blueprint and decide how we are going to do that cross-training between that analytical staff. Police staffing augmentation. So this is what we're talking about when we talk about you don't have enough officers. What are things that you can do to augment that, that lack of staff? I'll jump to the second bullet point. Our interagency collaboration with CHP is phenomenal at the moment. They are coming off of the freeways and have agreed to do increased enforcement activity on streets that are near interstates and highways. They have been doing that. We have been receiving feedback. I've heard it from the dais as well, the council, that people are seeing more CHP officers doing enforcement stops. That is helpful when it comes to deterrence and visible patrols. We are in the process, as everyone here knows, in trying to contract police services with the Solano Sheriff's Department. I think we're going to, at the end of this month, are going to come to some crossroads in terms of a determination of if that is or is not going to happen. That would augment our staff. If that was something that was implemented, this will drive our strategies as a police department in terms of what we are able to do and things that we are going to employ. Having an additional 6 deputies 7 days a week at any given time between midnight and, noon and midnight is a huge staff multiplier in terms of our ability to provide service to the community, specifically to calls for service, though. Again, when you start talking about officers answering calls for service, most of the time that means the crime already occurred. So we do need to improve in that area in our response times and providing that police service. But again, the primary goal of the Solano Sheriff would be to improve response to calls for service. So that is a reactive model. However, the officers that we do have from Vallejo that are beyond the 4 beats that we're going to be in charge of during that period of time, we can redeploy those officers to engage in traffic enforcement, other proactive things like addressing things on Sonoma Boulevard, such as sex trafficking and other quality of life issues. We can redeploy those officers. As long as we have the 4 to cover the 4 beats, we can do a variety of innovative things with those officers. So that's something to us that we've been thinking about in terms of how to augment police staffing if the Solano Sheriffs were to come as contract services. Another thing that we might talk about a few times tonight is engaging in a practice that we previously had when we had more staff, which is attaching an officer or officers to law enforcement task forces. There's a variety of regional and federal task forces that are clustered all throughout our region. I was a previous task force officer at the DEA during my time as an officer. What that does is you dedicate one Vallejo officer to a task force, and then that becomes 9, 10, 12 special agents and officers, right? So then you can bring cases to Vallejo through your collaboration with this task force. We also have a Solano County Violent Crimes Task Force that's run by the FBI. We don't currently have a dedicated full-time officer anymore assigned to that task force. That is a Solano County specific task force through the FBI. And there's a variety of other regional task forces that are created. Also, depending on what happens with the sheriff's contract, I think as a conversation that we could have is the Solano Sheriff's Department creating some type of additional task forces that could address different violent crimes or other types of crimes in our region. The thing about that is when you create a county-wide task force, that means that officers, that agencies from Vacaville, Fairfield, Benicia would also have to be willing to dedicate officers to that task force and to do investigations in a variety of the Solano County cities. Sometimes there is hesitation from some of the less busy cities because then they know that majority of their staff would be coming to other busier cities like Fairfield and Vallejo. So there's a trade-off there, and sometimes there is appetite to do that. Sometimes there is not appetite to do that. But that would be potentially a conversation I think we should consider as a city if the contract services with the Solano Sheriff's Department does not go through. So that's just something I wanted to kind of give some informed information about task forces and what those bring as an asset to police agencies. Another thing that my operations captain wanted me to add is that we have tapped into existing task forces, which is we have the Solano County Major Crimes Task Force, which investigates, for the most part, officer-involved shootings or fatalities that involve officers. That task force has routinely offered their assistance if there is complex investigations that are going on that we were really tapped out in our resources. They have come in and helped us to either support or undertake investigations. So that's a resource that we have utilized in the past and that we do have at our disposal that we do use sometimes. Also, the California Department of Justice's investigations and evidence processing complement out of Sacramento has helped us numerous times, free of charge, because our current evidence staff, if they're tapped out and they're currently working on multiple high-profile crimes or murders, they have come in and helped us as well. That's a resource that we also. And again, I'm going to probably go back to this a couple of times in terms of the last bullet point of leveraging our partnership through the US DOJ National Public Safety Partnership. We are a select site city for 3 years. It is my goal to leverage every resource free of charge that we can get. These are industry standard, legitimate, heavy hitter people that do work all throughout the country and are very well known. One of the people that helped us put together that press conference was a person, I won't say her name, but she has worked with some of the largest people in the largest New York, LA, all throughout the country. So this is a significant person in the industry. We get unprecedented access to federal partnerships, training, and technical assistance. They call it TTA, and we get these customized assessments, such as we got today. We have other assessments that are on the horizon that we want to have done as well. So we're trying to roll this out in a very deliberate way. But when you start in this process, one of the first things you have to do is, what do you want to do with this public safety partnership, right? It's different for every city. We identified through a series of meetings what we thought were the top 2 goals that we wanted to achieve in these 3 years to make improvements. Number 1 was reduce gun violence. That's why we're here tonight. That is our number 1 top priority in our public safety partnership, and everything that we're producing from that is in furtherance of that goal. Secondarily, we want to improve community trust and confidence in the Vallejo Police Department, and we're doing that through community engagement. It's no mistake that Sergeant Hollis is sitting next to me. He was previously last year a patrol sergeant trying to wear a bunch of different hats, and now this January we brought him in as a full-time dedicated community engagement public information sergeant. So that is a commitment as through our PSP partnership. That was our first overt commitment to making an investment in engaging with the community. So he's done a lot of good things that we're going to talk about here probably on the next slide that I'll let him tell you a little bit more about. And also, before we go to the next slide, I did include a link on here that goes directly to the website. I don't know if that worked in your packet, but really something I'd like you guys to inform yourself about. I know some of the council members up here have been on a site visit with us. We'd like to get you some more site visit options. That money was pulled under the current administration, so we're not able to do site visits currently. But there's a lot of good information on that website in terms of what this partnership can bring for us. Next slide. One of the things that we all know here tonight, it's pretty clear, it also came across in the violence assessment, is you can't do a true social network analysis, a full analysis of your violent crime and what's driving it without a full service police department. We want a full service investigative staff. 5 detectives and 1 detective corporal is not anywhere close to sufficient to really dig into the crime problem that we have here, much less violent crime and gun violence. We want to bring back a variety of specialized team. One of those is the POP team. There's a lot of other. We have formerly the community services section. We have the traffic division. We have a lot of other specialized teams and specialized bureaus that we can use to address quality of life crimes and gun violence. Our POP team being used as in that flexibility capacity that I talked about, that's not optimal. What you'd like is a team of sworn civilian staff and officers to deal with quality of life crimes like squatters, work with the city manager's office with dealing with the unhoused population, and people who can be very specialized in those aspects and things, sex trafficking, etc. You'd like to have another group of officers that are really trying to target those that are driving gun violence. You don't really want to have a team that does everything, because then when you try to do everything, you do everything kind of mediocre, right? So we'd like to build out those specialized teams. Hopefully one of the things you guys can either glean from when we do our emergency staffing presentations, that very colorful bar chart that has all the things. What I really guys want you to look at is as those bar charts go up with more officers, look at the bubble above when we present that. That is talking about with the additional officers, that's where we're going to be placing them into these specialized teams that I'm talking about. We have actually edited that from each presentation. And again, I know it's a lot of information for you guys to take in, but that would be something that in the next presentation I'd like you to draw your attention to is that's how we are building back our police department in terms of the specialized services and specialized assignments that we provide. Clearly, I know it's coming before you guys, a recruitment, retention, referral, incentive program. That is something that I think is important. It's come up when we have been talking with the Solano County Board of Supervisors and the sheriff in terms of being an overt commitment by us as a city to do everything we can to build back our department. That comes through a variety of mechanisms. This is just one of those mechanisms to do that. Another thing that it's near and dear to my heart, I wanted to just touch on it and at least just bring it up, is we are trying our absolute hardest to build back our police officer employee feeder programs, our police cadet programs for young adults, age 18 to 24 that are currently attending college. We pay them $22 to $24 an hour to work part-time and be a full-time student, and the golden ticket at the end of that is when they get their degree, whether it be an AA degree or a bachelor's degree, we send them to the police academy and we pay for it. This is as opposed to the current recruitment strategy that we're engaged in is people just apply to us, we don't know anything about them, and we do get some good officers, but we also have a high dropout rate and a high failure rate because we don't know anything about these people. Police cadets and police explorers are homegrown officers. That's me. I was a police explorer when I was in high school. I became one of the first police cadets, the first police cadet. So I am kind of that model of homegrown officer to all the way through, and I stayed here. I've been here my entire career. So I think that is truly a pathway to success here. The problem is it is a very long-term strategy. We have had lack of interest in that program. We have a new generation of young people that want to go on different paths and don't necessarily want to be placed into these feeder programs. What I'm happy to report is we have 7, I think almost 10 police explorers that we're trying to get online. These are people from Vallejo, kids from Vallejo that we've got into our feeder programs that we want to be the feeder program for police cadets and then ultimately feeder for either police officers or another success on programs like this are I don't think I want to be a police officer. Well, we have lots of other jobs at the police department that you can also do as well. And also, during this feeder program process, people self-select out. They go, this is not for me. That's a success. I'd rather them figure that out in these feeder programs than when we send them, we make the financial investment to send them to the police academy, or even worse, when they graduate the police academy, they hit the streets and they go, this is not for me. That's a huge financial investment of time and money that we've made into those folks. When we have these healthy feeder programs, we are able to vet those young people early on to determine if they are something that will benefit our city and our community. Again, task force officers, I won't belabor the point, but I think that's another thing that how we can improve police staffing and augment police staffing is attaching officers when we do have more officers available to various regional and federal task forces. But I want to emphasize that has to be a commitment that we make as a department. If you dedicate that officer to that task force, they are assigned to that task force. If you try to do it halfway, it never really works fully. If you want to have them wear multiple hats, they have to be dedicated and deputized, whether it be federally or whatnot, to do those crimes. That also helps us in enforcement when we have cases of prolific offenders that are career criminals that are engaged in gun violence. We can engage with the U.S. Attorney's Office and having our task force officers with federal deputization to adopt those cases federally and have them prosecuted federally. That is a very good thing that we could employ. One of the other long-term strategies that we're currently engaged in is the use of security guard patrol routes. That is a contract that I think is coming to close to the finish line to act as a visual deterrent in areas of the city that we know there are high incidents of property crime, because property crime and property crime deterrence is something that we are not making a significant impact in. We are strictly in gun violence and violent crime territory right now with our current realities. Also, I know that it has been brought up, and we had some very timely meetings about exploring the option of either purchasing or leasing security towers. There's a lot that goes into that. I learned a lot about that in the last 2 days about security towers. It is a very, very fascinating, innovative way of dealing with crime. There's a lot of nuances to it, though, and a lot of decisions to be made that are financial and efficacy, right? So whether or not you just have a security tower that flashes a bright light and records versus a security tower that's monitored 24/7. There's different price points for that, and it is something that I think could be potentially very beneficial, but it is very costly. One of the good things about security towers also is they're mobile. If you receive the training from the company, you can yourself move it to various locations throughout the city. If you have them do it, they charge, I think, $400-ish a time to do it every time you do it. So it could potentially become cost prohibitive. So, but that is just like, you guys have probably seen the old school speed trailers. It's not too unlike that, where if we train staff, we have the vehicles that could tow these different things to various locations. So that's something, and that feeds into another topic. This is a stretch goal. This is a long-term goal for any police department, specifically something that I think I would love to see implemented in the next 2 to 5 years is a real-time information center. They call them RTICs. You have real-time intelligence center. You see it in places like New York, Las Vegas. Those are very robust. These information centers have become, with technology, much smaller and much more easy to manage through a variety of technologies. That's where you start integrating things like a person, generally a civilian employee, that can sit there 24 hours a day, and you can staff it to where they can augment your police response. When you don't have as much officers, you really have to leverage technology. They can be monitoring surveillance towers. They can be monitoring all of our flock cameras. When there's crimes in progress, you can start to implement a drone as a first responder program. That is very cutting edge in law enforcement right now, where you can have drones strategically placed in towers throughout the city, and that RTIC operator can pull up a drone and be the first on scene to a crime. Something, when I talk about current realities, is any kind of RTIC has to be coupled with the ability and capability to respond. If you are just getting overhead and responding and reporting out on something that officers cannot respond to, it's not truly the most efficient way of dealing with your crime problem. I think it's important to emphasize a long-term strategy of continuing to fund our alternative response team, iHeart. Some numbers that I want to just talk about that I didn't get to give my emergency staffing presentation when I was here the other night, but something I think is important tonight is since their inception in April of 2024, iHeart has responded to over 1,800 calls for service. Those are welfare checks, suicide threats or attempts, and a variety of other calls for service that are specific to their wheelhouse and their specialty. Of those 1,800 calls, roughly, only about 100-ish or so required a police response to actually have the police go there and take over the incident. That is a huge thing. That is a alternative response that are not uniformed police officers, and the stigma attached to that are able to go and handle these calls for service, and that has been a really impressive development for our department. Very happy to have seen that come to fruition. We have went through some funding challenges that what I found in doing my research happens in every city of what that funding stream is. We've got commitment through Measure P to fund it for at least one more year. A year from now, I'll be back either in front of you guys or in front of somebody to talk about the importance of why we need to continue that. That's something I don't want to understate the importance of. We also have something that's very innovative right now that's cutting edge in our industry is hospital-based violence intervention programs. This is where we have empowered through grants entities to go to the hospital when violent crime victims or gunshot victims are at the hospital and engage in immediate on-the-spot barrier removal. Oftentimes, if we go to the hospital where a gunshot victim shows up, we may not know where they were shot. They may just show up straight to the hospital. Raven gunshot technology has improved that because we're able to couple that with a Raven gunshot detection. However, if someone is shot somewhere where we don't have Raven coverage, we have officers that respond to the hospital to interview that victim. Sometimes gunshot victims are reluctant to provide a statement to law enforcement. I think these hospital-based intervention programs will be a very good ambassador for the police department to remove barriers and make that person feel more comfortable in providing information to the police, whether it's then or maybe it's at a later date. It is a service that it's a very new genre in law enforcement that's in some cities that are experiencing violent crime. That's a very new program that we are in the final stages of getting implemented. Finally, I wanted to talk about, and I wanted to kind of wrap my part of the presentation up with talking about Vallejo Vision. Vallejo Vision is something that we have been talking about since we went to Aurora, Colorado, and we visited their Aurora Save program. What we have done is our priority goal of reducing gun violence through our PSP partnership. We have looked at a variety of programs throughout the country: Kansas City, Missouri, New York, Aurora, Colorado, Boston, Massachusetts, Oakland, California. We have tried to do our best job of taking what we think are the best aspects of those programs that are implementable in Vallejo and customize them to Vallejo. What spawned from that is Vallejo Vision. Vision is an acronym that stands for Violence Intervention Support Improving Our Neighborhoods. We rolled this out initially a little prematurely at the press conference with our federal partners. We didn't want to hold back anymore in terms of talking about what this is that's coming. What I'm happy to report is this is a violence reduction program, but it really is embracing what we're going to talk about today, probably in our discussions, is a new approach to addressing gun violence, which is truly a shared approach to public safety. That is something that is being really driven home in all circles of entities that are addressing gun violence. That's community-based organizations, that's hospitals, that's probation, that's police. There's a variety of stakeholders in this umbrella of reduction of gun violence, and it is truly a shared approach. We cannot police our way out of this problem. We can't arrest our way out of this problem. That is a part of it, and it's an important part of it, but that is not what is going to be the ultimate solution to the problem. When we talk about a shared approach to public safety, sometimes the people that are closest to the problem are also closest to the solution. That has been a kind of a paradigm shift in my thinking as a police officer, being a police officer in this city my entire career. I have really had to kind of shift my thinking and go, wow, I have to share this with everyone. The burden is not all on my shoulders. That's something that's happened for me and our department just over the last year or so. So that is a real shift in the way that we look at reducing gun violence. Vallejo Vision, and I want to be clear, is not an enforcement-centric program. It is a services and support first program. We are developing criteria that identifies those that are most at risk for either committing gun violence or being the victim of gun violence. Sometimes, not always, you may be a victim of gun violence, but through the trauma that creates or the anger that creates, there could be retaliation. So we want to try to touch both of those demographics and identify those people that are most at risk, make them candidates of our program, and really take a balanced approach at funneling the absolute most services and support that we can with those people. That doesn't come, there's a lot of people in our community that we have engaged with that are willing to do this work, that are currently doing this work, and they're going to help us implement Vallejo Vision. I feel very confident that our community is going to come together, that's what Vallejo does best, is we come together when there's a need. But that is not forever. There needs to be a funding source. That is I talked about a CalVIP grant. In Cohort 5, we're going to be looking at a CalVIP grant to be able to fund some of our efforts that will support the organizations that will support the services and support pillar of Vallejo Vision. You have to also balance that with accountability for your candidates. If the services and support don't work, if they don't want the services and support, or they fail to meet the mark in really changing and impacting these people's lives to change the direction of their life, there's accountability. There is prosecution, there is federal adoption of cases, and there is that aspect of it too. So it is what I think to be a very balanced approach that is very services and support heavy on the front end, which is different than some programs that we've looked at across the country. That was a commitment that we've decided to make through our partnerships with those in the community over the last several years that we've fostered. We believe that our services and support, our community organizations, can come to the table and really impact people's lives. So that's something that I wanted to talk about. I'm happy to talk about as we further discussion about Vallejo Vision and some of the concepts associated to that. But next slide. There's some data that we shared. So we shared the most recent May operations report. When we talk about murders, at that report, at the end of May, we were at 6 murders year to date, and the same period last year in 2024, we were at 9. Giving you a snapshot of where we are at currently year to date, we have 7 murders, and we were at 11 last year. That's kind of where we're at in terms of murders. Again, murders are a metric. It's not anywhere close to the only metric of gun violence. If you look down towards the bottom, we aggregate of all shooting cases. That's negligent discharge. That's shooting at a person where you didn't hit them. That's non-fatal shootings where a person was struck by gunfire but did not die, and murders. And we're right at the same. We're 84 versus 85 from last year. There's also some statistics. Manny, I don't know if you can bring up the shooting cases by beat. One of the council members asked for us to produce this. These were very hastily put together. I believe they're to be accurate, but if you'll see the asterisk on the bottom, which is a disclaimer, is these figures were put together very quickly for this presentation. So they are obviously subject to change or further analysis. But I wanted to give you guys a snapshot in terms of gun violence and where that is occurring. Is there value in talking to you guys about the police beats to kind of orient you? Beat 1 is northeast Vallejo, close to your district. That is areas that are north of Redwood and the east side of the freeway. Beat 2 is east Vallejo. That is things that are east of Interstate 80 and south of Redwood Street. Beat 3 is southeast Vallejo. Those areas cover Glen Cove. It covers Magazine Street, in that particular area of the frontage road of Lincoln Road, some of those areas south of Benicia Road, Laurel Street. That is a collaboration of Beat 3. Beat 4 is our South Vallejo. That is everything south of Georgia Street, but all the way to Sonoma Boulevard. It stops at Sonoma Boulevard, and it stops at Interstate 80 to the east. Beat 5 is more so your district. That is Central Vallejo. That is the area of Millerville, the Vistas, in that particular area between Interstate 80 to Sonoma Boulevard and Georgia Street up to Redwood in that particular little corridor. Beat 6 is more Councilmember Palmares. That is West Vallejo. That is Hillside. That is Mare Island. That's that whole area west of Sonoma Boulevard, but all the way up to Highway 37. Is the cutoff, and south to Georgia Street. Beat 7 is North Vallejo. Beat 7 and 8 are North Vallejo. That is everything north of Highway 29, or sorry, everything north of Redwood, to include everything to the east of Sonoma Boulevard. That encompasses both of our hospitals. That encompasses Tuolumne Street, where it curves down into the Lofus area. That it covers right at the cutoff is Minnie Drive and B.W. Williams. That's where it cuts off. Everything north of that becomes Beat 8. That's Rancho Meadows area. That is College Park, Country Club Crest. Everything north of Highway 37 from there is considered Beat 8. Hopefully that was a little down and dirty. Maybe not got it exactly right, but hopefully that kind of gives you guys an idea of where that may intersect with your various council districts. What this showed me is, you guys can look at the numbers. I look at, first and foremost, murders and attempted murders, assaults with firearms. There's some gun violence problems throughout all areas of Vallejo. And there is some that are worse than others. But if you can look at the numbers, this is an across-the-board, citywide issue that we're trying to take on. I know some areas get a little bit more high profile, and that's awesome. It's not good. Gun violence is horrible, but when there's light or spotlight shed on it, that's something I'm always in favor of, because it brings light to a problem that has been a systemic problem in this city for many, many decades. So this is the snapshot of the various numbers for you guys to digest and to hopefully inform you. Next page. This is just an overall citywide snapshot of where we are year to date, January to current. And when we made this report, on the bottom it gives you some demographic information about the gender, race, age groups of shooting victims. Next page. A little bit of a cluster map here. This is a thing that our crime analyst does. As the dot gets darker, you have more shooting cases. That, in theory, would also correlate to the numbers that you found on the first page. Next page. This is a little bit of a snapshot. I wanted to kind of go back as far as we could accurately go in the short compressed period of time. That got us back to 2010 and kind of look at where we're at. You could do a variety of analysis for these type of numbers. If police staffing goes down, do murders go up? Sometimes the answer is yes. Sometimes the answer is no. There's a variety of factors that go into homicide numbers. But again, reemphasizing, homicides are extremely important because the loss of life, any loss of life is very important, but it isn't the only metric of gun violence that we deal with. There's an analysis that we've talked about with our PSP partnership is really digging into the data of non-fatal shootings. What are driving non-fatal shootings? That is quite an undertaking, and that's something that we're not quite ready to do as a department, because if you're not ready to deal with the recommendations and findings that when you come from that data, be careful digging into it, because that is an area that you want to make sure you have the capacity to make some changes and some improvements in that area. Next page. Okay, that was it. This is the PSP acceptance letter that talked about what the different resources are that we can bring forth. Chief, what did I cover, and where do you want to go from here?
Yeah, no, great job, Deputy Chief. We can answer any questions you all may have.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'm wondering if if council members have quick questions, we could go to public comment. And if anybody, I'm not seeing any quick questions, so why don't we go ahead and take our speaker, and then we'll get into discussion.
Our in-person speaker is Jimmy Jen.
Thank you, council. Thank you, officers. When I repeat something, it's just to second what the officers have already said. Prevention strategies with private partnerships, more gun buybacks, please. Say that twice. Early childhood development, investing in programs that support healthy child development, parenting skills, and social, economic, emotional learning. The situation on that is we just had a grand jury looking at our WIC program in Solano County. They found that on their site visits that no clients showed up at all 5 sites. So I'd like to extrapolate that to be the point that WIC and the first 5 things that are early childhood development entities to change their policy to get in a van and go out and site visit. Don't depend on brick and mortar. Brick and mortar, I don't believe is the way to do it. iHeart is a little bit in that vein, but mainly for parenting and for childhood development, go to where the parents and children are. It doesn't, according to the grand jury investigation, quite recent, it just is not working. Okay. Conflict resolution and mediation, please bring this up when you meet 2 by 2 with the schools and make it on the agenda, please, to teach conflict resolution in maybe the the school's lifestyle classes. That's all I know. Used to call them civics, but maybe lifestyle classes now. Mentoring and peer support. Connecting young people with positive role models and mentors can provide guidance. We used to have a lot of mentoring programs, and my old-time friends tell me that, sorry guys, but when it involved the police, it just simply cost too much for the overtime or whatever. If we can do some from mentoring and peer support without necessarily involving a police officer, we'd have a lot more programs instead of costing it. The cost of the police killed the programs overall. Economic opportunity and empowerment, put apprenticeships on steroids. Just my cousins' generations are all going into apprenticeships in Oklahoma. So last but not least, future dream would be foot patrols. Get to know the 12 to 17-year-olds and give the cops, the policemen, money for community benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. We may have had someone else sign up.
Yes, we've now had Priscilla Hassan.
Hello. Hi. My name is Priscilla, and I've been living here in Vallejo all my life. I do have a security company. We've been around for over 20 years, and I've been working there since I was 16 years old because, I was adopted in the family. And now, I own it, and I am the CEO. And my goal is to see I love my community, and I want to help protect my community. And I would like to ask, how do my company come and help the police department come up with a plan to help City of Vallejo? I am starting a patrol route, and I would love, I'm looking into starting, what is it? Now I'm getting nervous. Starting a private security dispatch services. This is my long life dream, and I'm determined. I would love to be that person. I love challenges, and I'm determined to accomplish those with the City of Vallejo and the police department. And I'm ready. Let's do this. I'm excited. And I would like to get that information, or I can talk to you, the police department, and the City of Vallejo, and make this come true for all of us, for all of the safety and everything. And I have plans. I have all that. I already know, and I'm ready. So that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Liette Meitzenheimer.
Good evening, Liette Meitzenheimer. These things are all real good things for us to consider going into the summer and making sure that our community is safe. But one of the biggest issues that we had in the community is the lack of trust with the police department because of the past history. And so every time I come and hear these police reports and what's going on with the police department and what's going to happen in the future, I haven't heard anything about reform. And part of that is why we're here today, is because we have not dealt with the reform. And so that should be part of the report that comes out, what the update is, how far we're along, what successes we've had, how many things have been accomplished, because the community is waiting to hear that, and we don't hear it. Have not heard it at a single report from the police department this year, unless we ask. That should be at the top of the list of things that we talk about, because that's going to build your trust in community. That's going to make a community want to come up and talk to you and tell you about what's going on in the neighborhood, because they can trust you with that information, and then they feel like they're safe. So that needs to be something that's considered at every discussion that the police department has with community. If you're coming out to build relationships with us, we need to talk about the reform. Because the longer it takes, the more people start feeling like their voices weren't heard and things are not being done, because we have no idea what's going on. The last time I heard a police report on the reforms, there were five of the 45 things that were done. Then I learned the other day that there's 27. That's a good thing. That's something that should be talked about. That should be told to the community. We've got to 27. We're working on it. We're trying to get there. That gives faith in the community that the police department is really sincere about reform, and that we can work together with you, that we could trust you, and that when we're talking to you, that we don't have to feel afraid to interact with you because we don't know what's coming down the pike. So I just ask that you include that with your report every time you go out to the community. If you're trying to build that trust and relationship, especially at some of these neighborhoods where you don't have that rapport, that needs to be talked about more, and we need to be clear about where we're at, why it's taking so long, and what's being done within the police department to meet those goals.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Chief Knight, can we put you on the spot? Could you give us a brief update on the reforms? Is that,
Say that again?
can you give us a brief update on the reforms? I don't want to put you on the spot, but.
No, I'd
Yeah,
love
yeah,
to
let
talk
me-
about
let
it.
me
I've lived
take
it, I've
that,
lived
yeah.
it for several years, 5 years now.
Chief Knight, let me take that
yeah, go
real
ahead.
quick. Yeah, because I do believe that's an important topic. We have been working very diligent with DOJ because every update that we put out on our progress with reform has to really be in partnership with the California DOJ. So we have also started a ad hoc committee because we feel that that committee needs to know as well as the public, and they would be able to receive information much sooner. We've created a dashboard that has been vetted through the Department of Justice. There are some minor edits that we need to make on that before we can push that to the public, but I agree 100%. That wasn't the focus of this discussion. That's why we didn't have a robust section on reform, but I agree. I think that that is very important. To show that importance, Chief Knight mentioned Sergeant Hollis in community engagement, and that will be part of his role as we develop some more mechanisms to be able to update the public.
Do we have any stat? Can you just give it, like, how many reforms are we complete? Just a brief.
So of the original OIR, 45 recommendations, the speaker is correct. We have completed 27 of those. We have what I believe about 12 more, about a dozen more. They're in very good position to be completed. However, we've now engaged in the work related to the overall settlement agreement. So that is a much more comprehensive body of work that we are in the process of creating said dashboard that the mayor saw us in the parking lot the other day, creating, kind of finalizing on the hood of a car how we're going to present that to the community. We want to be very focused and deliberate on how we present that to the community. So we want to create an interactive status report from that. Additionally, what we plan to do, to the speaker's point, is utilize the Vallejo Weekly as a publication to really start to highlight a lot of, not just necessarily data of how many done, how many not, what are some of the improvements and modernization processes that have come from police reform. We want to highlight those and explain those to the community, and I think that will be a good tool as well. To also, in addition to the weekly, sharing with the status report if people want to dive a little bit deeper. So that's our current strategy of marketing in that regard. Also, either the ad hoc subcommittee or from the council, other ways to better market that as well. It's really important for us to market the hard work that our staff is doing and the progress we are making, but also acknowledging the amount of work we have ahead of us. So where we find that balance point is a discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Do we have any other speakers?
One more.
Oh, all right. We'll follow up after that. Then
Okay.
let's call our last speaker.
I believe it's, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, Shadid?
Yeah, lower on the lower right, and then there's a toggle switch. There you go.
Oh, snap. It's fancy.
Yeah. Yeah, we're high tech here.
Sorry. So I didn't know how I wanted to approach this, so I'm going to approach it because my daughter called me, so I'm going to approach it as a dad. First things first, I want to say thank you for your presentation. It was very insightful, and I like the fact that you guys are training people and are looking towards having people who are trained to work with the unhoused population to help them find a place and give them the resources. So I do appreciate all the work you guys have been doing with that. I would like to add to that part, how do they get access to those resources? And so how are they going to access those resources? Is it online? Is it on Facebook, right? Those people who are going out to help, like myself, who is a therapist, how do I identify those resources? How do I get it to them as a person who works with that population on a consistent basis?
Can you just make sure to be on the mic?
As a person who works with those individuals on a consistent basis, trying to find those resources are difficult. Trying to get them access to those resources are difficult. A lot of times I'm just finding bags of food or anything else that I have on me to give to them to get them through the night. So having access to those resources would be nice. Alongside of that, I said I was going to go to the father, and I went to therapy, so I apologize. As a father, I've leaned on, you guys talked about community and trying to relate to community. It's very hard to come to this and not speak as a community member. And I'm going to say this. It's very hard to trust the police based on past experiences. A person who's born and grown, who was born here, right, and raised here. I went to elementary school here, kindergarten here, right, high school here, and it wasn't until I left that I understood that there's a lot of problems, right, in a sense of if I want to help, how do I? And so I'll call the police officers, and I'm looking for response time. So how long does it take you guys to get to my house if I call for help? Just take 10 minutes, 5 minutes. If my daughter's going to her location, she gets in an accident, how long does it take you guys to respond to it? I've called the cops a couple times, right? Sometimes they don't call, sometimes they don't get back. I understand you guys are low staff, so I'm not blaming you, but what I am asking is you guys do find a way to fix the problem. Because if I call to say something happened to my daughter, I'm looking for someone to help me. And I do not take things into my own hands. I'm trusting in the people and the community members here to help me keep her safe. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think we have online speakers as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have currently 3 online speakers. We'll start with Ann C. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, good evening, Council, and good evening to the Police Department staff that's here. I guess I'm glad that we're having this meeting, but I'm sad for the circumstances that inspired it. And I just have to say how discouraged I am. I will say that I do appreciate that the sideshow activity has diminished, and that's fantastic. And I also really appreciate the improved presence in social media of some large busts that have been reported around drugs and guns and the combination. That's fantastic. But I still look at where we are, and as of tomorrow, it will be the 2-year anniversary of having a so-called public safety anniversary, and we have very little activity to show for it. Even if we manage to get this contract with the sheriffs signed, it's 6 months until they would come on board. From our own hiring, it's 9 to 18 months, depending on whether we're pulling in a lateral or a new hire. So there's a very long lead time to getting extra bodies on the street. And because of that, I cannot understand what is taking so long to at least getting security guards to doing some sort of prevention and deterrence in retail areas and hotspot areas. I know they're not full-fledged police people, but the idea is to have an extra presence. And honestly, I just think it's inexcusable at this point that that is not done. It's with a firm we're already using. It's incredible. I would really like to see us focus on some small stuff, which I think would create a better environment for preventing the big stuff. So, for example, get rid of the damn abandoned cars, which then become little hovels for crime, for drugs and for guns. We really do need resources on the hot spots. And we need to take an analysis and open eyes, unfortunately, about how some of our homeless encampments have become crime centers. Take a look at White Slough. That is a whole criminal racketeering operation with, in the last month, 3 murders alone. So, we obviously are not in a position to do sort of big sweep in terms of improve response times, et cetera. But I think that if we tried to make a focus on cleaning things up it would make lawlessness stand out more and be less appealing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Tanish. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. First, I apologize. I really intended to be in person for this meeting, and I really appreciate you, Mayor Source, and the council for pulling this together. My name is Tanish Hollins. I am a resident here in North Vallejo, and I'm actually one of the residents here who helped organize the 2 press conferences that have happened in this neighborhood since January in response to the gun violence that's happened here. I'm new to Vallejo as a long-term resident, but not new to the city. I'm not new to the challenges that have existed here. And so first, I want to say, while I do recognize the long history of mistrust between police and community and the issues that we still have to address, I do want to thank Vallejo Police Department. Thank you for this presentation. Thank you for your intention in trying to build a stronger relationship with community. And I see that in the language that you used, even in the vision initiative and some of the other strategies that you're naming about how we actually deal with gun violence and crime. I do know that one, as a victim of crime, survivor of crime, having dealt with that in my own family and the community that I come from before Vallejo, and then also in my work doing public policy at the state level around criminal justice and public safety and for survivors. So these words that you used around shared safety and the need to do intervention at community level and provide options all matter, and we cannot arrest our way out of the problem, as you said, Deputy Chief. So I thank you for using that language, and I hope to see the commitment in it as you guys continue to roll out these different efforts. But I do want to name the urgency that we have, even with the reality that you all are dealing with understaffing. My organization has been working closely with Mayor Source and with Supervisor Cassandra James, as well as several members of the City Council, to come up with shared safety strategies, but also to advocate even at the state level to get more resources to help y'all. And so I want to continue those conversations and be a partner around it. But then on the immediate end, I can say that after the press conference we held the other day, I was very happy to see Public Works and other folks coming through the neighborhood, picking up trash, looking at the towing the abandoned vehicles. I saw, the trucks come through and clean the streets today. All of those quality of life things do matter. And the attention to them and the immediate attention, especially after something serious happens, is important. I also want to say real quickly, while I understand you don't want to try to initiate a response to something you can't deal with, we cannot ignore shootings when they happen. We have to find a way to increase the response time and deal with immediate strategies on how to help the community now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last current speaker, Supervisor Cassandra James. Go ahead and unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hello. Okay. Hello, my name is Cassandra James and am supervisor for District 1, but I am also speaking as a North Vallejo resident. First, I want to begin by acknowledging the recent improvements in public safety statistics, progress that reflects the hard work of many. However, it is critical that we remain clear-eyed about the disparities that still exist across neighborhoods, particularly in North Vallejo. In recent weeks, there were 2 separate shootings in the same parking lot within District 2, and in both incidents, law enforcement responded by pushing back community members with drawn firearms. And shell casings were left at the scene until the following day when Council Member Dr. Letajou intervened to ensure their removal. Community members observed that officers on site were not engaging with residents, but instead stood isolated and unapproachable. And this is unacceptable. Our residents deserve both safety and respect, and they deserve to see officers as partners and not as outsiders. And the same goes as our elected officials, and myself included. We cannot ignore the broader context. The decentralized nature of gun violence in our city is tied to larger regional forces, including proximity to Interstate 80 and the displacement of residents from cities like San Francisco, Oakland, and Richmond. To address this effectively, we must recommit to a regional safety strategy that acknowledges these dynamics and brings our community into alignment with shared goals, data, and accountability. Last week, we had an emergency meeting, and I do want to thank Councilmember Matulek, Councilmember Ledeju, and Mayor Soares for attending this meeting with the last speaker, Tanish Hollins, the Executive Director of Californians for Safety and Justice, other community members, our local community violence intervention team, Live Free, the community is already stepping up, and we're asking our institutions to be a part of that and do the same. And as discussions advance around the formation of a public safety task force, I urge that it will be built with the following non-negotiables: culturally competence, accountability to community, trauma-informed practices, transparency and communication and action. And finally, we must revisit the role of social media and its contributions to gang-related violence. And looking at the data, and I could see why certain beats have underreported calls, because we have been immune not to call 911 because we know that shootings aren't a priority one call. And we often call only after someone gets hit. And we don't know the difference between if there's a shooting in the air or if somebody has got shot. So the issues are not confined to traditional frameworks and is always evolving and demands of a strategic, nuanced response. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
One more speaker, Mayor. Melvin Cohen, please unmute yourself. You have the floor. Melvin, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So I was just, my name is Melvin Cowan. I want to thank everyone for being here tonight. I want to thank Mayor Soares, council members, VPD for your presentation, the data. It definitely feels like progress. And I really like the concept of vision as well, too. And I think that we should definitely take opportunities to fund that, to bring it to light. And I just wanted to speak about a Plan B, tangible, community-rooted Plan B for public safety. So as you know, the Solano County Board of Supervisors chose to delay a decision on the city's proposed $11 million contract with the Sheriff's Office due to outstanding concerns from the Sheriff's Association and real questions about whether a one-year law enforcement contract is a sustainable path forward. Supervisor Mitch Mashburn made it plain. We are treating this like a one-year Band-Aid for a generational crisis. And Supervisor James, your courage and deep roots in the fight for safer communities are seen and appreciated. But while we debate sustainability, our neighborhoods are still hurting. People are still being shot. Businesses are still afraid. Youth are still vulnerable. And Vallejo police can't respond fast enough. And we don't have the luxury of delay. We need to act. And so the solution, a public health plan B. So just let me offer a real alternative, one that begins with investing in our own infrastructure and builds towards lasting safety through public health lens. Let's start with the Country Club Crest Shopping Center, a site with deep cultural roots, yet today a hotbed of gun violence, exploitation, and despair, a site we can no longer afford to ignore. Here's what a Plan B could include: lighting and surveillance infrastructure, facade and business stabilization grants, a trauma recovery and community services hub, youth employment and site beautification, feasibility studies for family housing or modular infill, business improvement district, or a community stewardship model. This is not fluff. It's based in crime prevention through environmental design, backed by public health research and responsive to the crisis unfolding on the ground. And so, Councilmember Matias, he raised serious concerns and a sobering point that Caltrans is investing $31 million into Sonoma Boulevard, and we're only putting in $100,000. He's right. We say we want revitalization, but we have to fund it. Plan B is an opportunity to do that, not just reactively through enforcement, but proactively through infrastructure, youth engagement, and community capacity. And so investing in these public health safety strategies will reduce 911 call volume, alleviate strain on our VPD, lower ER visits, prevent premature deaths, and increase trust in our government. We can create safety not through just presence, but through prevention. Let's make Plan B the plan that builds us forward. I want to thank you all tonight.
Great, thank you.
And that'll do it for public speakers at this time, Mayor.
All right, thank you. I want to thank all of our speakers for sharing your thoughts and perspectives, and everyone for being part of the conversation. I think we are continuing the dialogue we started earlier this year, and at least my hope for my part is that we can leave today with, particularly I think in calling this item after having the emergency meeting with the community members in North Vallejo, was that we could leave tonight with particularly a short-term strategy. And obviously now that we know that the sheriff decision is delayed until July 22nd, we're still in that sort of limbo where we don't know if we're getting that support or not. So I think we have to be prepared for both. And I think we need to be ready with some short-term strategies of, okay, what are we gonna do between now and July 22nd, coming into the 4th of July weekend? I know we're all sick of special meetings, but this was an important one, and it was important, I think, to have this conversation before 4th of July weekend. What are we all going to do together with the different assets and resources and stakeholders that we have to get through this summer and make sure that we don't find ourselves having another press conference like the ones we've been having? So I have some updates to share and comments, but I'll kick it over to my colleagues first, and I see Councilmember Gordon. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for this presentation, and thank you for answering my request of finding exactly where these shootings are taking place by district. And I know that District 6 have majority of your beats. And so, and unfortunately, we've had a lot of shootings as well as North Vallejo. And so I appreciate, because it helps us, it should not make a difference, but it helps us see where the help needs to be, right? So I did too participate in the press conference, not verbally, but in support of my, my colleagues and our city. As I was leaving to go over to the center, what I noticed, because of the fear, it's summertime, right? There was no children playing baseball, no children playing soccer. This community center is locked hardcore. And then I noticed when I came back home to South Vallejo, the same thing. No kids playing because of the fear. And that's not saying it's our police department's fault, by no means, but it lets me know we definitely have a problem. There is seriously something not right. My day, we outside playing. We're having fun, playing kickball. I don't know if y'all know what that means, but we're out there having fun, right? And even today, coming here, same thing, nothing. And that really hurts me, because that means our kids are either at home, which is almost like a prison, right? Because they can't go outside. They can't have fun because they want to be safe. And that bothers me. So I'm happy though, the last 2 Fridays, we had over 100 kids inside of a building having fun with first responder, police departments, fire department, ambulance, community members. Not only the students having fun, feeling safe, playing basketball, having hot meals provided to them, but also they have breakout sessions learning what to do, how to protect yourself, how to advocate for yourself. And that means we had over 100 students off the streets, 100 students protected over that. I'm just saying, that's just over. But not once, but twice. And then we're gonna be back. They were sad because we're not gonna have it for 4th. By the way, nope, there's no basketball, late night basketball on Friday because of 4th of July, but we will start again the following Friday. But I was just happy to see them. And it's like they were hungry for this. We get to come outside, we get to have fun. And I thank you for the police officers, because you were there. You let them know they were safe. You and Brent Garrett, all of you, and I want to thank you for that. And so, but it just means that we need more of that. We need really more of that. And so I would like to see what we could do to provide that. And I do like the part where you were saying, DC Knight, about having youth engagements, having that time talking to them. I remember a while back you all came to the schools and had conversations with them. I don't know if you're still doing that, but having conversations with them to empower themselves as well, being part of the solution as well. So I want to thank you for putting this up, and I want to thank you for showing us areas that we need to focus on. And I'm here to do whatever I need to do to be part of the solution as well. Thank you for that. I do want to ask a question. When you talked about the violence assessment that you did in October 24, how did that come about, and what was the ultimate goal? I mean, I get it, but there's people who ask questions, and that was one of the questions. How do we come up to these assessments, and how can we incorporate them into our future? And another concern I had was with the sheriff, if they do come aboard, have we, and you kind of touched it a little bit, I was worried about the iHeart. That was one of my fears, is like, how would they contact iHeart if something happens? How have they been doing in the past? Because in my district, I have 4 unincorporated areas. So how have they done it in the past? If you can touch on that a little bit. Thank you for those.
Yeah, I can kind of touch on those in order. I'll touch them in reverse order. So iHeart, there is no plan to change anything for iHeart. If the sheriff's department comes during noon to midnight, they would handle beats 1 through 4. iHeart is citywide. So all of the calls for service come into Vallejo Police Department dispatch, and we either refer those calls to the Solano Sheriff's Department or to our officers. But if it's a police department staff member like iHeart, they handle everything citywide. So they would handle still the same calls in beats 1 through 4. So I don't anticipate any disruption to that. Just like if there was an abandoned car or a traffic collision where we would have a police assistant respond, police assistants at the Vallejo Police Department are still going to be citywide. So I don't see any anticipated disruption in service. Just real briefly on the violence analysis assessment, there is a variety of assessments that the PSP program offers. I'll give you an example. Another assessment is the detective function assessment that we have not yet embarked upon. That is where they will bring in subject matter experts to look at all of your cases that are referred to detectives. How do you organize those cases? How are they distributed, tracked, things like that? You can have an assessment report that will come out from that. We prioritized violence, and specifically gun violence, as it being one of our primary goals. They have a violence analysis assessment. And what they do is they look at a variety of data and crime statistics, things related to shootings. Hopefully you guys either got a chance or will get a chance to kind of dig into this report. But what it did come away from is a few very specific things, which is the first first recommendation was that the report identified is the need to identify and maintain minimum staffing levels in both patrol and investigations. The second was to build analytical capacity with the additional crime analysts. That was where I was talking about in the presentation, where we only currently have 1 crime analyst, but we have 8 administrative analysts, and trying to figure out how we can cross-train some of those analysts to do some other things to help our crime analysts. In the short term, long term, we'd like to get another crime analyst. I mean, that would be obviously something that we would like to do budget-wise. Thirdly was to develop a comprehensive plan to analyze and use information generated from those NIBIN lead data cases. NIBIN was the thing where I talked about where we collect all of our casings and we send them to ATF to be analyzed to reference different crime guns. We have the process in which if we get a NIBIN hit on a casing from a shooting that happens in South Vallejo, for using your district as an example, if we then find that in submission of the NIBIN data that gun is connected to a shooting that happened in Richmond, what do we do with that, right? So that detective will call the Richmond detective, but they are talking about in this report coming with an actual analytical and comprehensive process of how those are tracked. One of the things that the subject matter experts said is, how many NIBIN hits have you had in the last month? And we're like, oh, how do we track? How do we track and how do we collect data on the NIBIN hits. We engage in the program, but we don't do a good enough job in tracking the data of arrests or investigative leads that have been identified through the NIBIN process. That's an improvement that we found, we knew, but now it clearly showed in the assessment report. Finally, it talked about developing partnerships with community organizations to encourage prevention and intervention efforts. Those are things that we know we are doing, that we need to continue doing, which is through our partnerships in Project Home grant, Project Hope grant, and through this new Vallejo Vision program. All of those things are kind of culminating together in what I think is a very positive way. And then ultimately the last recommendation was to focus enforcement resources on prolific individuals and groups involved in shootings. One of the things they talked about is we talk about social network analysis. You have to have the amount of arrest data, crime intelligence to support a full social network analysis. That is kind of a newer-ish thing in law enforcement. And what this assessment showed is you don't even have close to the amount of arrest and crime intelligence data to be able to do said analysis. So we know that's a deficiency that we've identified. That is one of, when we get 3 officers and a sergeant on a POP team, I need them to start engaging and gaining crime intelligence, making arrests when appropriate, to identify those connections between different individuals and groups that are driving gun violence. Once we get that data to an acceptable level, we can bring in, through our PSP partnership, folks to do a full social networking analysis. And I know there's other entities out there that do this. We got to just make sure that we have the appropriate data and to drive that successful analysis. So those are the recommendations that ultimately came from this report. Those were broken down to what they suggested.
I appreciate that. And I want to go back to, thank you for breaking that down clearly. The caller had made a good point about quality of life does matter. So I literally count in my district, and just so people know, my district runs from the waterfront of Cartola to Benicia, Rollingwood, Springs, Tennessee, back up to the Carquinez Bridge. It's like a little loop. It's kind of different. But anyways, I literally counted over 132 cars that were abandoned. And some of them had dust on their, evidence for being there a long time. But the reason why this is concerning, most of you know I created ambassadors in my community, and trust me, it has been very helpful. Most of the cars are becoming hotels for prostitution. And unfortunately, one of the ladies told me that a young lady told her that she was from Richmond and she was there overnight for sex trafficking only. And she was forced to stay in that vehicle. Now, I know I'm not saying nothing new. I know that. And so if there's a whole bunch of cars that are just sitting there, that says that community is ignored. That's what that says to them. Because if I see, man, somebody has a abandoned car, it's gone. But I also know people are dumping vehicles in our community as well. They're literally dumping. I don't know who's doing it, why they're doing it, but literally in the last 32 days, I've seen new cars pop up on my street alone. And business managements have contact. I think Chief Tao, she sent a letter to you, and to the city manager, and we are seeing more and more coming, brand new cars even. So I'm asking that we can really partner in getting rid of those vehicles in District 6, because it's like a free-for-all. And especially if this is what's happening with our young girls. And she believed, in her opinion, that the young girl was probably like 16 years old. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you, DC Knight, and thank you, Sergeant Hollis, for the presentation. So I got a few questions, actually comments and questions. So will that cross-training for administrative analysts to become crime analysts or do the shared work of crime analysis, do you foresee that might be an HR issue?
I don't think so, and that's obviously what we want to try to avoid, because an administrative analyst is tasked with doing administrative things. Where we think we can close the gap a little bit is one of the tasks of an administrative analyst is to gather data. So if we can have our crime analyst get some assistance in not having to also analyze the data, but compile the data and bring it forth, that's where I think that gap can be bridged, because administrative analysts do gather, track, and analyze data. So I think they can be feeding more data to the crime analyst in the short term, and kind of do some of the work that he's being burdened with. So we definitely want to avoid any HR issues.
Absolutely, and data collection and cleaning data, that takes up a lot of time. Recently, we secured, as a council, more than enough money to conduct an initial violence analysis assessment or problem analysis. I talked to the researcher for that violence analysis assessment. So just having conversations. So when she was conducting that analysis, she was not really focused on providing a starting point for those interventions. She was just doing the analysis for the sake of doing the analysis. But when I talked to her, she said she'd be more than willing to do that analysis again. Since a year has gone by, I think it would be prudent. And what she can do is provide a starting point, identify groups and individuals. I know you mentioned that the social network analysis, but to be clear, like what she was really trying to say is she couldn't find connections between all those groups, but between all those small groups that were at least 3 individuals involved, those were still identifiable groups. She just wasn't really tasked to provide names or groups. So if she could do that again, that'll be very beneficial and a really great starting point for Vallejo Vision. Additionally, I think it'd be prudent to conduct a problem analysis like the way they do in the city of Oakland, which is the way they do things, which also provides a starting point for those interventions. But they use a different methodology. But we saved enough money to do both those analyses, and I think both would be really great. I talked to the folks at PSP. They are interested in facilitating any further collaborations with the city of Oakland. So even though they're not a PSP site, just making sure that we are developing this program, especially since Oakland is right next door, they're more than willing to help facilitate that conversation. That's free facilitation, something that we don't have to worry about. So I'll talk to Natalie about that, and she can move that forward. Next week, we will have the opportunity to prioritize council actions. If we decide to prioritize a prostitution ordinance and a red light abatement act ordinance, that will be a great opportunity to enact those ordinances ahead of the formation of the POP team. So that is my vision. I hope that does happen, and that POP team could more proactively help with enforcement. I love the Police Explorers program. We need to stop fixating on the short term, and I get why we do that, but we also need to think about long term and more heavily invest in long-term solutions. With that said, how can the city of Vallejo help to make that program more robust?
As we have a dedicated group of police officers who are former police explorers, a younger group of officers have taken this program on and breathed new life into it. I think that the city of Vallejo and through their different marketing tools can really start to, now that we have a intake mechanism and a target demographic, we're already in the high schools giving talks, but really marketing that, I think through our various city resources, we can really start pitching it. We can put it up on the screen here at council meetings. I really would like to market that program because that is really one of the answers to the test, right? To get us where we need to go in 5 to 10 years from now. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and giving folks credit for things where they're doing the right thing, it does a lot. I applaud Sergeant Hollis's efforts to stand up the neighborhood watch groups across Vallejo. I see you. You also see me there too. In that last meeting, you also brought our code enforcement manager, and let me just say that you should do that more often. In terms of addressing crime and recognizing how that intersects with blight, bringing in code enforcement is a great idea. So just food for thought. I don't know if that was intentional, but I think that's a really great cornerstone. And lastly,
for a while now, and I think a couple others, we've been pushing for a reinvigorated public safety committee. And my hope the entire time, and I'm alluding to some comments that's been made, I always wanted to address public safety, but talking about reform should be part of that same conversation as well. I didn't think it made sense to have a separate committee or working group to talk about reform, and then meanwhile we're talking about violence and other types of crime. You know, when we're talking about public safety, we're talking about public safety. And so I think it's great that we're finally going to have that opportunity to have all those conversations in the same wheelhouse. So anyway, thanks, and keep up the good work.
Great. Thanks. Councilmember Matias and then the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to follow up. I guess this question is for the acting city manager. You received this PSP report in October of 2024, and the report specifically called out that we needed more crime analysts. So can you share what the rationale was for not adding or asking for that additional headcount at either mid-year or as part of the budget that we just adopted?
And so the report came out, but it wasn't fully vetted yet. I think that we still were kind of digesting all of the report, even into January or February of this year. Some of the kind of the back and forths, I'll just give you an example. The initial report came out and it was speaking heavily on gang and gang affiliation. What we learned, though, when we looked at the initial report, a lot of the interviews were from folks that weren't working here in Vallejo still, so it was a little bit outdated. So as we kind of went back and forth, we had to basically just finalize this report. When we asked for, you may have to correct me, Chief Knight, but when we asked for some of the analysts, we were also asking at that same time to build out the compliance division. And so we knew that was coming. We didn't know how that was going to look and how it was going to affect our current analytical staff with regard to just crime data. So we are kind of here now. We haven't even got the analysts that we hired for the compliance division fully up to speed yet. They're right around the corner. But that's something I think perhaps we'll do at the next opportunity to build out our staff. We actually had a meeting today to look at some of the ways that we could potentially reorganize. So there are opportunities to look for call taker positions, for example, in dispatch, some CSI positions so that we can better utilize our CSI crime scene investigators. So some of the stories you hear about us waiting a long period of time to collect evidence, that can be shortened up. So there are many things that I think at our next opportunity to ask for different positions or potentially reallocate some of the positions we have to better fit some of the needs in this report, but also some of the current demands of our department.
Yeah, I think we need more crime analysts, and we needed them like a few years ago. And it's frankly unacceptable that our police department, especially considering one of the main issues we have is gun violence, only has one crime analyst. If you look at other police departments, they have several. So we need to prioritize that right away. And you guys were spared from some of the actions that we took last week. So I don't know what the process is, but that's something that would help both in the short term, because this meeting is about the summer, and also in the long term. The next question I have, the NIBIN machine. Why don't we have one in-house?
We call it NIBIN. Presumably cost.
What's the cost?
I don't know the cost.
Okay.
What it is. We do know that we have one in Fairfield, and we have an understanding that they will provide that to us. In talking to our detective investigations bureau, they'd love to have a NIBIN machine. We have a lot of shootings and a lot of casings. That would save a lot of time and travel and things like that. It is something that I do know, although I don't know the price. It is something that we've researched with grants and different opportunities for funding, and we just have never got there. We've never got to the goal line on that item.
I would like for you guys to get the cost, and should be included as an ask as part of mid-year.
And through the mayor, if I can also address that, it is very expensive. We'll get the cost for you, but it's not just the equipment itself, it's all the training that goes with it. So as you collect this evidence, you have to process it in a way that's acceptable for criminal investigations. We also looked at another device, I think it's called Rapid DNA. I don't know if you've heard of that as well. We send out our evidence to get DNA profiles. That can be done in-house. That's very expensive as well. The cost of the equipment is not the most expensive part. You have to have all the training that comes with it to be able to make sure that the person that's determining this data is doing it the proper way. So we can look at both, but that is staff time also, and I'm happy to look at that and maybe request additional staff for not only the analytical staff, but also the forensic staff.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be great learning opportunities for our new officers, right? And then create career paths. And so I'd rather have someone deal with that evidence and analyze it and do all the things in-house than have folks driving around wasting time on that instead of addressing crime here in our community and using the tools. And so I would very much appreciate that follow-up. Question on the crime suppression units, crime reduction units that were referenced a few times in the report. Can you once again shed light on the staffing structure of that unit? 'Cause it seems like it's been disbanded a few times, and I'm assuming it's because of police departure. So I want to better understand the structure and see if there's some opportunity to reconfigure the structure of that unit.
Yes, so the Vallejo Police Department has historically had a unit in the late 1980s through the 90s and through the mid-2000s called the Crime Suppression Unit. That was a street team that was used to address open-air drug markets that were very prolific during those periods of time, addressing violence, drug dealers, prostitution, and other overt out on the streets crimes. That unit was disbanded due to lack of staff. That was comprised of a sergeant and I believe at its height 9 officers. Those were the officers that wore shirts not unlike this, blue jeans. That way they could go into a hybrid capacity where they could put a cover up over their shirt and get into an undercover car and maybe watch a drug house or do things like that. That unit had an extremely high amount of results in terms of suppression of crime. That was disbanded, not exactly, in the mid 2000s due to staffing. That concept was reimagined in 2015 called the Crime Reduction Team. That was crime had changed by that point. There wasn't as much open air drug market on the streets, crack dealers, things like that. It became very social media, very data, covert policing. We got that unit is the one that ran the cell site simulator. That is a piece of technology that is able to pinpoint cell phones to find fugitives and things like that. That was up and running from 2015, 2016 until, I don't know, just recently, maybe just prior to the public safety staffing where we started collapsing units. 2020-ish, 2021. And now we're bringing up a similar concept called POP, which is just, again, reimagining a similar idea, but again, being cognizant of what the crime is. We need a team that's more flexible right now, that's going to be able to address a variety of different crime issues, knowing that we don't necessarily have the on-the-corner drug dealing and things like that. That's kind of the history of these type of teams. But then you also have something called the Community Services Section that used to be out of 2 Florida. That's very blight-based. That's very quality-of-life issue-based. That's going to be very different than an enforcement team that's going to go out and conduct enforcement and handle different crime problems. So there's different tools for different jobs. We're kind of asking a lot of this one sergeant and 3 initial officers to do a lot of different things and wear a lot of different hats that isn't always your best outcome, but it's better than the current reality, which is we don't have anyone doing that.
I think what I'm trying to get at with that question is we've had different variations of the same team, and anytime we've had some issue with departures, whether it was bankruptcy, 2021, 2022, and everything that was going on a few years ago, one of the first things that gets disbanded is this. And so I don't want that to continue. We need to figure out what staffing structure that also includes police assistants, personnel from the city manager's office or other departments across the agency can be a part of that, so that if there are departures, we can still maintain continuity in terms of the issues that we're hoping to address. Because the current structure, I don't think it's working, and it got called out in the report. It said, we had it this time, then it disbanded, we stood it up again, and here we are standing it up again, and it's a similar structure so something for you guys to think about. And then the other question I have for you is around the security towers. How fast could we get those security towers up and running if you had the funding, based on your research?
Just the amount of time that it would take to do an RFP, select a vendor. If we have the money encumbered, they will give them to us right away. They will even give us to us if we have a funding source identified. Some of the companies will actually give them to you up front, knowing that you have the funding source identified. So, just the amount of time to do a complete RFP, select the vendor, get a contract, bring the contract before you. So there's several administrative hoops, but I think that could be under 6 months that could be done realistically with the council meetings and the different items that are ahead of those.
And then, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, almost done. Do we have a rep from GVRD here? I asked for one.
Yes, I believe they are online.
Okay. So what's the participation rate? And this question is to the GVRD rep. What is the current participation rate? And you may have this information, historical data. What's the participation rate of our youth in your summer programs?
Hello, Thomas Jude here, board member for the Greater Vallejo Recreation District. Our summer programs cover all age ranges of children up through teenagers. We have the greatest participation in our summer swim programs, as well as in our summer camps. A recent bit of information I received from the school district is there are about 10,000 school-age children in Vallejo right now, between the public schools and the private schools and the religious ones. It is, to answer your question directly, I can say that we probably handle about 6 or 7% of that. Off the top of my head is the max number of capacity we have for participation for that entire group of young people.
Thank you, Director Drew. And I guess the reason why I just asked that question, having a mitigation program for the summer is not just about policing. And one of the things I will tell you, because I've been to the parks with my daughter the past couple weekends, is it is cost prohibitive to not just participate in the programs, but to also access the parks. So is there an opportunity for this body to help out if the goal is to have a mitigation strategy for this summer? Councilmember Gordon has been pushing for this through her Midnight Basketball initiative, and you guys have seen how many students have participated, how many kids have participated in that effort the past couple of Fridays. We need to make our parks accessible and our programs accessible. I was just doing some cursory research. Walnut Creek has programs $400, but they offer scholarships that cover 75 to 80% of the program if you fall within a certain income bracket. So if you have that community doing that, and I think that, there's people with money there, why are we not doing something similar for our families to make those parks available to them. It's unacceptable, straight up. And then the last question I have, and this is for Shelley Loffmiller. Sorry to put you on the spot, but I've been getting, and I asked the city manager this. I don't think I got a response. You may not have gotten the question, but how fast could you stand up a block party program in our community? Yes, meaning if someone wanted to apply to set up a block party in their street so we could barricade the streets and kids can just roam around and have fun and we wouldn't have any access, like how much would it take you to stand up a program like that and to waive fees for folks who wanted it?
Inside estimate, a month for permitting purposes. Funding stream for, is it independent? Is it something we would sponsor? It shouldn't be too hard. Advertising it would be the longer term needed, just the lead up time.
Okay. Thank you for that. And because I got questions from residents that just said, hey, may not be able to go to the participate in this program or that program, but is there some process by which I can apply for a permit, block off the streets, right, and just set up a party for all the kids in this street to be able to participate and have fun, which is at no cost to the city other than barricading those streets. And so I guess what I'm trying to get at here is understand, can we put up something like this that would run through Labor Day? And would that require like a lot of work out of your role and out of the city manager's office?
We could definitely do it. It depends on how much of a block and what are the other detours that are needed. If you're going to close off a street, our traffic engineer needs to weigh in. Public Works would be involved with closing down the streets. So it shouldn't be hard. It just would take a little bit of time. Again, I'm sorry, this is the first time I'm asking or being asked this question.
Yep.
Just based off of experience from pulling the permits so far, it's a 6 to 8 week process if it's a full street closure.
Okay.
If it's a cul-de-sac, that's a little bit different.
Got it, thank you. And then Sergeant Hollis, the Neighborhood Watch Program, are you able to prioritize the beats where you're seeing the most crime and getting meetings going there, or have you already had them? Meaning, the report that I just reviewed, the 31-pager, all the data is telling us the same thing. If you look at the calls for service from fire, if you look at the screenshots you just shared in this presentation, most of the crime, most of the service calls, most of the fires are all happening on the western side of the city. So, have you had meetings in those districts already, and are we able to perhaps get some crime suppression programs through the Neighborhood Watch Program in those beats? Does that make sense?
It does make sense, sir, and yes. We've had multiple meetings in specific areas, especially on the west side of, the West Vallejo, west of the I-80. And I already have my schedule created for the next round of neighborhood watches, which will be July and August.
In that area?
Yes,
Okay.
all the areas, yes.
Okay.
Including the business watch.
Okay. I'm going to stop for now.
All right. Vice Mayor Bergenser and then Councilmember Tulik.
Finally. No, I'm just kidding. It was his last question 6 questions ago. First question, why do we think there's such an increase in homicides since 2020? Do you have any data or anything that shows why there increased? The slide you had on there showed the bottom was the for 2020 to 2025, and the numbers were much higher. I'm just wondering if that's like pandemic related, or if that's why we would surmise that homicides have really gone up in the last 5 years versus the previous 10.
I mean, I think you could draw several conclusions from the data. In the same breath, I talked about, you can't out-arrest and out-police a problem, but you can definitely have not enough police. If you looked at one of the first stats that was called out in the violence assessment analysis was, it showed at that time, we have a few more officers than we did back in that time, but we were at 0.6 officer per 1,000 people, and the industry standard is 1.6 per 1,000. So we were way off from that. So when we talk about being rooted in our current realities, we are an extremely understaffed police department. I know that doesn't help. That doesn't help. Is that the main contributor? There's multiple factors that go into homicide rates, non-fatal shooting rates, but having a very understaffed police department, it does not help in that endeavor whatsoever. That's one thing that I can say for pretty certain.
And can I just add to that? I think also, if you guys remember in 2020, not just here, but nationwide, we went through a series of unrest throughout the entire nation. We definitely experienced that here as well. And that was when, according to some of our stats, and Chief Knight talked about it, we started seeing a decline in staffing. There was a lot of reasons for it. A lot of people retired sooner than expected. A lot of people left to go to other agencies. So we had been seeing, probably since 2020, but really more importantly, when we came out in 2023, to really showcase the urgency of what was happening. And just the mere fact that it takes so long to build up that staff, we're talking 18 months to 24 months to replenish. So there's a combination of a whole bunch of different things, but I think primarily it was lack of staff, but also a lot of unrest that was occurring all throughout the nation.
Makes sense. Thank you. You talked about officers attending schools. I'm wondering if we have plans of assigning officers back to schools. I know we used to in the past. And I'm also wondering if there's data around gun violence in proximity to school locations.
Not in this report, but we can access that type of shooting data related specific to schools. That is something that we can access.
Let me take a stab at that real quick, Deputy Chief. So we are planning on that. We have been talking very closely with the superintendent and how that looks. I think some of our projections when we do update the council as well as the public, we showcase where we're going to put those bodies back as we start getting healthier. So that is in there. I think there are some assumptions that we're going to do better than what we've done. Our conservative estimation is a +7 every year. With that, we're going to get full staff in about 4.5 years. That's a long time. Once we get the recruitment program in place, we're hoping that that's going to increase by 5 per year, bringing us to 12 per year, a plus. So we're looking at getting there in about 3 years. The POP team is really designed to augment our patrol staff before we can even have enough staff to rebuild. So we had to flatten out a full swing shift team because of the need for response to emergency calls. So before we fill up the team, I feel that it's important to have a proactive team to go out and deal with problems preventatively, even if they're just out visibly patrolling to deter certain behaviors from occurring. If we can do that and prevent violence, prevent homicides, that's very beneficial while we get healthier. So all the while we are still recruiting, training, and hiring new officers. And hopefully with the recruitment program, we'll be able to get lateral officers. That's our plan, our hope.
And Councilmember Bergenzer, specific to your questions about school resource officers, in our projections, if we continue on the trajectory of hiring at least 7 officers and we keep all of our existing officers, we are planning to have 3 school resource officers when we get to 54 officers in patrol. That would then drop us back down in those patrol numbers. We're estimating that at the current rate, subject to change, to be July of 2027 is when we think we potentially could get there. We currently engage in the third grade reader program. We outreach to over 800 third graders at Vallejo Public Schools and read them a book that was made by us. It's a very, very well-received program, and we're in talks with the author to create another book for sixth graders. Third graders love us, of course, right? They're third grade, but sixth grade is really that demographic we're trying to hit, where they start making older people choices, and we really want to outreach to them about drug abuse and different things. We're tapping into potentially the opioid money to have a book created and be able to outreach to at least that same number of Vallejo School District students for that type of thing.
Okay. And back to the gun violence, I know that there was a rash of some after-school shootings at the Vallejo High School, I think it was last summer, and we closed the street as like a temporary measure in front of the school during school hours. Are we planning to revisit that pilot program, or are we doing other measures to keep students safe?
I know that the street closure on Nebraska is an ongoing conversation. That's a Public Works Department project, but I have seen emails that those discussions still continue. There's some assessment reports that were done that are being analyzed, and some city attorney's office weigh in. So that is an ongoing discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, and I can actually jump in since the city manager isn't here. Councilmember Matulik and I both nodded because we just had that discussion on the 2x2.
Good.
We included that stretch in the latest Safe Streets for All funding application. Don't know what the likelihood of getting the funding is, but it's something that they're pursuing for sure.
Good. You talked about visibility, and I agree. One of the speakers also talked about visibility of officers. It's very hard for people, the community, to know the officers when you whiz by in patrol cars and we never get to stop and see you. So is there plans? I know that we're not fully staffed, but plans in the immediate future for being more visible at things like the art walk, things like the farmers market, walking on patrol, the waterfront. Are there immediate plans for this Friday for the parade and having officers visible for the parade and keeping people safe, as well as with fireworks? That's an immediate plan. Is there plans for with the police department?
Yeah, the short answer is yes. We have a full operations staffing plan for 4th of July. That's already been vetted and reviewed all the way up through the chain of command. And when you talk about some of the other things you talk about is community engagement and some pieces associated to that, that's a tough one, because we get kind of another double-edged sword. What I talk about is when people go, you can't send an officer to respond to my call for service of a burglary, but you can be at the art walk, or you can be at coffee with a cop, or things like that. We really try to balance that, and that's really tough to balance, because community engagement and getting people to know our dedicated, hardworking officers is a pathway to that trust and that confidence that they can have in us. But it's equally as important to provide police service. So that's something we're always trying to balance as a leadership of the department.
Yeah, and I get that, and hopefully we can augment that with some of the security officers if we ever get that off the ground. Just a few more questions. The analysts, I agree with the cross-training. I just want assurance that we're not going to slow down the reform efforts by pulling analysts off of that project. So we have reassurance.
Yeah, we are dedicated to the reform efforts, and that's their priority. But in the absence of doing reform work, they're going to help us, analyze until we get full staff in that area as well.
Thank you. Not only is this a police department issue, but it's a community-wide issue. So what are things that citizens can do to help with gun violence and reporting, or whatever the case may be?
Yeah, I think just kind of primarily, maybe not getting into gun violence just yet. Well, first of all, gun violence is, I used to tell my family members this: always, always, always call the police. We may get there in 5 seconds, 5 minutes, 5 hours, but if you don't call, we may not know about that incident. So that is very important to be a good witness, provide information that you can. It's specific to rapidly evolving crimes in progress. In terms of other opportunities that citizens have, I'd like Sergeant Hollis to just real briefly talk about our revitalization of our volunteer program and our Community on Patrol program.
Yeah, so through the Neighborhood Watch program, I'm encouraging community members to contact me about volunteering with the police department. And expected around October, we should have our first community academy, which we will, of course, educate people on the police department and then have them go into the neighborhoods and work with us voluntarily.
Sure. They can do things like people will call us when they're going to be on vacation. They can check homes that are vacant or on vacation. We have a list of over 3,000 abandoned vehicles. One of the council members talked about abandoned vehicles. We've knocked out a good 2,000 of those with our police assistant, our dedicated police assistant. But a majority of the vehicles that our police assistant goes and inspects are gone. So if we have the community on patrols can go out in our little unmarked car and they can check off the ones that aren't there anymore. So then Deb Bernstein, our police assistant, can go directly to the cars that we know are there. So there's just a few different ways that our community can get involved and help the police department.
Okay, thank you. And what does the VPD need from this council to make the programs that you talked about tonight successful? I didn't see any funding requests. To Councilmember Matias's point, there wasn't any funding requests. So what are you looking for from the council?
Why don't you take that, Chief? I know we talked about that just before we came here. It's a good,
Yeah,
good
let
question.
me take that because I think that you know, our goal here tonight is to walk away with a short-term strategy, as the mayor had talked about, something we can do rather quickly to deal with the summer. What I'm hoping that we demonstrated here today is that we are using our staff to the best potential that we can. I also want to just reiterate that community safety is a community responsibility, and that's probably our biggest ask here. When we talked about the vision initiative, one of the things we learned, and some of the council members that joined us on that visit, was that this is a program that really has to be spearheaded by the city. It's not a police department program. The police department can be a partner, and we can do enforcement when all other avenues of intervention or prevention have failed. And so the bigger ask, I think, of this vision initiative is a commitment by the council, by the city manager's office to really spearhead this, because it doesn't come with funding. And so that's a big problem. We have to use folks that are already working in our community, all the community-based organizations, all the different departments within the community that deal with young people, that deal with recreation. They have to dedicate time and monies, you know, whatever monies that they have coming from grants or other streams, to deal with community safety. That's really the biggest ask. I like what Councilmember Matias was talking about. If you activate neighborhoods, then you create an environment where crime doesn't permeate. Other cities have given small little stipends to neighborhood organizations to do little barbecues or hot dogs. It doesn't cost a lot, but activating a neighborhood, creating activity there that's positive, that will help keep crime down. And then thirdly, when you guys get the chance to read this violent assessment report, you'll see that most of the offenders are well over 18. I do believe it's very necessary to invest in our youth. But if we're looking for immediate gains, we have to look to see where some of the offenders are, where they are, how old they are, where they're coming from. So those are things I think in the short term that we could use help with the mobile security towers. They're expensive. They're $50,000, $45,000 each per tower. That's a lot of money. So we put 2, that's $100,000. We put 6, you know, do the math. So we are looking for any help and every help that the community can offer to activate certain areas. We did partner up with one of the apartment complexes, 201 West Main. We did exactly what Councilmember Matias was talking about. The property manager, they donated to the barbecue, hot dogs, hamburgers, had a great event. That has been an apartment complex that historically has been problematic for us, but they are committed to doing that regularly, 4 times a year. So things like that, outside of the police department's purview, we are more than happy to help coordinate some of those efforts. But what we're hoping to also just drive today is that we're doing our best to deal with all the type of activities that the community deserves. They deserve better service. They deserve quicker response. There is a gambit of things, all the way from homicides to quality of life issues, and we have to make hard choices as leadership to use our resources where we need to use them the most. And what that would mean, though, is that some things don't get the attention they deserve right away. And that's a hard choice.
Yes, and my last comment was the National Night Out. Can you please reiterate that it's been moved from August to October or something? I know neighborhoods are already starting to plan for that, and it's not happening in August, right?
Yes, sir. It's going to be the first Tuesday in October, which is October 7th. It has been moved from August 6th to October 7th this year.
And that's countywide, right? That was from
The entire county. Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tulik.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Deputy Chief Knight and Sergeant Hollis for the report, and Chief Tell also for chiming in. I think ultimately, and I agree with everything that my fellow council members have mentioned about a lot of the interventions and mitigations that we can be looking at, but ultimately, until we get to that point of having enough officers to be a visible presence in our city, we're needing to think outside the box to kind of come up with some of these ideas. And I think the security towers is a great first step. I know that was an initial conversation that has started over the months. The fact that seems like that may be a practical solution. But this is the type of stuff that our community is actually looking for, are things that they can actually see, touch, of actual things that are actually happening. And when our community sees it, then the perpetrators see it too, so they may have to think twice about coming to our city for some of these things to happen. But to piggyback on that, and I see our members from our SAB, our Surveillance Advisory Board here, and one of the things that I've always talked about is looking at technology to help supplement our staffing concerns. And the one thing I've brought up in the past are the traffic cameras. Because as we all know, we see it every day. People just blowing through red lights, people just blowing through stop signs to where they obviously have no concern or care of getting caught or getting any consequences behind that. And I know there's other cities that have traffic cameras to where at least if there's a traffic violation, they can just go to that recording and to that registered car owner or to that driver, registered to that car, that they're getting a notice of, we know you. We know we've got you violating here. Are we able to enforce any of those or have any sort of traffic camera or any citations or violations surrounding any traffic concerns like that?
Yes, of course. The most cutting edge technology that's going on right now is those 5 cities in California that are piloting speed cameras. That's the next evolution of traffic enforcement technology that's coming out. That's very promising. You have a red light camera program that's been brought up. That is something that we can also do. It is, it's a pretty comprehensive process to create, somewhat expensive, but it's definitely something that can be done for sure.
And to that point also with the traffic cameras, when you do have violations, specifically like the sideshows, if we got that on camera, I think that would be a way to actually track down some of these perpetrators. Is that close to accurate?
Yes and no. You can oftentimes, even through our clock technology, you can identify the vehicle, but you have to be able to positively identify the driver to issue a traffic citation. So you have one piece of the puzzle, you don't always have both of the pieces. Now, if you can observe that activity and get an officer to make a traffic stop, then now you have observed the violation and you have identified the driver. Sometimes camera systems kind of lack both of those. That's why speed cameras and red light cameras take a picture of the vehicle and a picture of the driver. You have to have those two things to have a violation conviction.
And I very much appreciate that clarification, because that's part of one of the many questions I get of what are some of the things that we can do that people aren't seeing that we have that ability to do. And then to your point of, I think this kind of goes back to the quality of life. I think abandoned cars have been a big issue, that if we just simply address that, I think some of the, issues, not that they're going to completely go away, but that would help, at least from our community standpoint, to see we're actually doing stuff. And the fact we've already gotten rid of 2,000 out of the 3,000 noted abandoned cars, I think that we're making significant progress there, but it seems like in certain parts of the city, they're not seeing it just as much. So I think if we're able to take a comprehensive look at making sure we're addressing all parts of the city, then I think as an overall city, a lot of the community would feel better about us our ability to address that.
One of the things we found in October of '24, when we dedicated a full-time police assistant to doing abandoned vehicles, we made a lot of progress. If you dedicated 2 police assistants, you would make double the amount of progress. So it's just trying to find that balance point of breaking off staff from what they're currently doing, which is a necessity, to the nice-to-have things. Once we get to that point, I like to also use police cadets. We have 2 police cadets that are in the hiring process. These are the college-age students that I talked about. We've often used them to augment the police assistants' use and enforcement of abandoned vehicles. Unfortunately, they've all went to the police academy, are now police officers now. We're in the process of trying to hire more police cadets, which also supplement our workforce to do abandoned cars.
And I appreciate you talking on the staffing portion. I'd like to take just a step back and kind of, what was your projections of adding police officers this year, and where are we at that point right now?
I'll let Chief Knight talk about that, but there's one thing that I want to just add on abandoned vehicles. There is a supply chain aspect to that, and so we can only impound and tow and impound vehicles that they have room to store.
Right.
And many times what happens with vehicles that people usually don't go and pick back up, so if they're destroyed in some way, inoperable, or if they're just, I don't want to call it junk, but if they basically are going to take it to the scrap yard, it takes about a month for them to go through a lean process. So our police assistant works very closely with the 5 different tow companies, and as soon as positions or areas become vacant, we try to just fill that up as quick as we can. So there is a little bit of a supply chain issue on that side too, and I'll bring it over to you, Bob, for the staffing.
So we are currently at 82 police officers. That's where we were at when we presented out last on May 27th of this year. However, at that time in May, when we presented, we were at 41 police officers on patrol, which is the important number. That's what gets us to building our specialized assignments. We are now at 45 officers on patrol. 9 of those officers were on field training. 4 of them came off, and now that's at 45. That leaves us with 5 officers that are in training. We could be at 50 officers on patrol very soon. Our projection was to be at 50 officers on patrol in July of '26. So we have a little bit of wiggle room. We're ahead of the game a little bit. If we couple that with a recruitment retention incentive for laterals, we get a few of those in here, we're starting to cook in terms of getting some significant staff back. But again, I say that only with caution, because an officer can get injured, they can leave, and those type of things can happen. Someone can fail out of the police academy or fail out of training. So there's a variety of factors that can affect that number. But we're doing all right.
No, I very much appreciate it, with the understanding that we're basically ahead of the game right now with where we projected at with trying to bring more officers in. I know we've talked about the Vallejo late night basketball, and I know Councilmember Matias talked about talking to GVRD about other mitigating forces to help support specifically our youth. I think that's one of the low-hanging fruit that I think we should be able to focus on a little bit more. Now, and this isn't a police issue. This is more of a city resource staffing or program and resource. I think GVRD, I think through their research of the many parks, I think if to avoid maybe having to do a streets for block parties, if GVRD has the ability to open up complete parks. I know in District 2, we have 3 huge parks there in itself, to where if we had the community come out to those, that would not only activate that whole area, but activate the community itself to engage with each other and to kind of almost build on your neighborhood watch program. I think that would be a great opportunity. So I think that's my outreach to GVRD, to see where they can be more creative in helping us support our need to have more activities, not just for the youth, but for the entire community, to be out there engaged outside to kind of give the perception to the community that, or to perpetrators itself, you don't want to mess around here, because we've got people that are active, engaged within our communities. So down on my list also is, so we talked about reform, and I think one of the things, and if you could please highlight this, can you please confirm what are the percentage of police officers that are 5 years or less on the force right now?
I don't have that exact number. It is very high. Our department has got very young very soon, and that's a good thing, because also that means that you have fresh employees that are ready to work and are excited and invigorated, but with that is a trade-off of inexperience. They don't have the level of experience that more senior officers have. So there's always a balancing act that comes there, but I don't have the exact numbers, but our department has gotten very young.
And to that point, the reason I brought that up was that I think Leah talked about the reputation that our police officers have had. And once again, the fact that these officers have been here 5 years or less, they have no relationship, they have no connection to maybe what has happened in the past. But to that point to Leah's of reform, I'm hoping that there's been, with these officers that are 5 years or less, that there's a significant training to the word cultural competency comes into place, but I would like to even specify it to Vallejo cultural competency, because in the Crest is different going to be from South Vallejo, which is different from Glen Cove. So I would like to think that our officers are being Vallejo culturally competent in all of the districts and relating to the communities that they're going to be, where they're assigned in those beats.
I just would like to echo what you're saying, council member. We need to hire police officers, a lot of them, fast. But we need to hire the right police officers.
Correct.
We need to hire the right police officers that are the right fit for the community of Vallejo and the Vallejo Police Department. That is a significant undertaking. That is painstaking. The amount of documents that the chief and I and other member in our staff review, the comprehensive backgrounds and variety of vetting tests and different things that they take. We got to get this right. So we want to build it back, but we have to build it back in a very responsible way to make sure we're getting the right officers.
Appreciate that. And going to the point of community engagement and basically informing our residents. So like, for example, when the fact we had to have that press conference there, that was based on the outrage that people were thinking nothing was happening. So when we had that press conference, I found that was a good and bad thing. We were getting the word out that there was activity, that we were actually responding to something. But if you actually watch the TV clips on there, they talked about the emotional aspect where we talked about our outrage, but they didn't continue the rest of that of putting in, of talking about a lot of things we talked about, of the things that were brought up tonight, of the things that we're actually doing. Going to the sheriff's department, trying to get them involved, getting Broken by Violence, Advanced Peace, and California for Safety and Justice being involved in helping with our community-based activism of trying to address a lot of things. So I want to make sure that people understand what they may have seen in that press conference wasn't the full story, that what actually came together for that conference. So it's thanks to this type of special meeting and to this information that's coming out there that people are having hopefully getting a better understanding of exactly what's going on. A lot of it's behind the scenes that people can't see or touch or actually see out in the communities, but we want to make sure they understand there are things that are in works that are eventually going to come to fruition to where it's going to be a visible thing until we get the number of officers that we actually need. So I want to highlight that portion of it, because one of the other things that came out of the press conference was something that we tried to emphasize, but it didn't get reported in the press conference, was there is a community stake and responsibility in part of this. And so part of this is, and I know Dr. Letterju and the mayor, we all talked about this, is in the community, when you see or know something, say something. Because part of that is irregardless of if there is trust with the police department now, if you don't say something to help report or potentially put a perpetrator behind the bars or get them off the streets, chances are that same perpetrator is going to continue to do something else. So we want the community to help us and help our own police department with, if you see something or know something, to please say something. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Letterju.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to thank the city manager. I know he's on vacation, and I want to thank our acting Department of Public Works, Oscar Alacantar, for just what was said, that they showed up this past week at my request just to begin to clean up. And what helps with violence is when people believe that somebody cares. And we do a very poor job as a city, and that includes everybody on this dais, because we are part of this city, and I include myself in this, is ensuring that our city is clean and it looks like we all live here. It's very disconcerting to go through this city and see some of the things that I see. And it seems like we just kind of walk by and it's not a big deal. I see it often. And particularly, I do spend time in North Vallejo for a lot of reasons. And I did talk to Chief Ta about how evidence was collected in North Vallejo. I did talk to Chief Ta about how our officers, and to your point, we are a young force. So with that comes a lot. It is around community engagement, it's around the comfort, because some of our officers, they come from very different backgrounds, and I can relate to that. And as someone who, and I say this often, and I say it for a reason, who serves the most under-income individuals in San Francisco, and who has been educated, highly educated over the last 6 years of what it feels and looks like to live in some of the communities, and what it means when you administer a lot of care. And I'm going to use this word, and oftentimes we don't like this word in our work. Love. We have to love our community. Because when we love our community, we can love past what we think we see. We can love past all the judgment, and we begin to think about the humanistic side of the work that we're doing. Because everybody that we're dealing with is not violent. Everybody that we're dealing with, they're not criminals. And there's a lot of things that are happening in people's lives called survival. Some of us are thriving for a lot of different reasons, and there are a lot of us who are just surviving. And our communities look like some of just surviving. So when we talk about what are we going to do this summer, that's what I want to get to. Because some of this is very long-term planning, and just to Councilmember Palmaris's point, we have to do the long-term planning. That's very important. But today, we're supposed to talk about what are we going to do over these next 3 months? What are we going to do? And some of the things that I think we can easily do, and I know our CFO is not on the line, but we do have funding in the city. We have opioid money and some different things that we need to explore how many towers we can buy and where do those towers need to go. And I would imagine and I would hope, and maybe I'm wrong, that we have a contract already. I do see towers up. I don't know if they just belong to the businesses, and maybe that's the case. But it should not take us 6 months to get towers here. We need to get them here. Within this summer month, we need to figure out how to do it. It should not be a hard thing to do. Because we are, quote unquote, I'm going to remind us, since we keep saying this, we are in a state of an emergency. So since we're in a state of an emergency, I'm quite sure we can do something about procurement in a much faster way. Am I wrong? You are wrong. Thank you. So I'm expecting this month that we can get some towers. We can spend $500,000, $500,000 on some towers. We have money to do that. It should be a priority. We need some in North Vallejo, we need some in South Vallejo. We need to stop and talk where we are having a lot of violence happening in some of these shopping centers. Who are the business owners? Or rather, who owns that property? City attorney, we need to find out who owns it and start having conversations with them. Get those towers in there. We have windows blown out in, I can give you an example in North Vallejo. And I talked to the individuals in those sites. Our youth program, our children's program is sitting downtown because of all the things that have been happening in North Vallejo. We can fix this. Another thing is, I want to see, I've asked the city manager, and we've talked about it, how do we consistently in certain high crime areas that we are experiencing, our Department of Public Works, or we find a contractor to, I'm saying this to our city attorney, and make rounds every week and make sure that there is no illegal dumping, and if there is, pick it up. That's the very least we can do as a city. It's not hard. The other thing is, I've asked the city manager is, how can we figure out in these different areas, reaching out to our communities, how we can have trash pickup days, cleanup days, consistently. Easy, this is low-hanging fruit for over the summer. And GBRD, to the director, we can pay 80%, 90% of the fees, so our kids in Vallejo, no matter where they come from, can participate. There's no reason why we can't do it. We can figure it out. And we have this month, the next 2 weeks, we can figure it out. Because summer will be here, it is here, and it will be gone, and we will still be talking to each other. So I'm asking, I know you're acting, Chief Ta, and the city attorney, to talk to GVRD and the mayor. Let's move it. Additionally, so wherever these areas are, wherever our babies are that need this assistance, I know we can find this out. We have how many community-based organizations that already the police department works with, Shelley works with, Helen Marie Gordon, our council member, works with. We all are working with them. Get on the phone and let's get them together. I'm sure in the city manager's office, Shelley gives out grants. She's working with different community-based organizations. We should be able to quickly, in the next 2 weeks, all we have to do is put a call out. They'll be here to determine how we all can work together. We can do this within the next 2 weeks if we really mean business, period. We can do this. I know our city manager is on vacation. I don't know how you want to coordinate it, but those will be instructions to be given. Additionally, we also, I will say this week, we had an abandoned vehicle on South Regatta, and I forget the other street. I watched that vehicle purposely for about 5 good days. Somebody reported it several times. I'm going to say this. My husband left home at 7 a.m. on Saturday morning. He sent me a text. He said, "Council member, why is this car still sitting here? The tires are now gone off that car." When I had passed it on Friday, those tires were still in that car. Somewhere between Friday late night and Saturday AM morning, those tires were off that Lexus, and it was sitting on the ground. I posted it on Fix It. I got to where I needed to go. It was gone. I don't understand. If it can be gone in Glen Cove, it can be gone anywhere. I refuse to believe it is not possible. I am not special. Glen Cove is not special. D3 is not special. Every last one of these districts are special. And we need to figure out if we need 10 contractors and we need to take them to Richmond or wherever we need to take them, we need to move these vehicles out of our community so that we do not perpetrate Blythe. We do not have illicit activity in our neighborhoods. We need to get busy. We have money to do the necessary things to help us move our city forward. So, what else do you need from us, Chief? Because I think that answered all the questions about bringing the CBOs together, getting some security, having eyes on those security cameras. In my developments, we have those towers, and we have somebody monitoring those towers professionally, including I have staff monitoring those towers. We can do this, Vallejo. We can do this. We just have to want to really get forward, get busy and do it. And yes, we're gonna keep planning long-term. I wanna add one thing, is that with the Explorers, I worked for CHP for many years, and I said this to Commissioner Helmick, Commissioner Farrow, I worked for both of them. And I always told them, you cannot start at 14, because in some of our neighborhoods, at 14, you've lost my baby, period. And I know you both know this. So, I know legally it's 14 to something, but what are we gonna do in between that 14? Because you talked about my sixth graders. But I'm talking about my fourth graders and some of my third graders. And it's more than a book. How are we gonna catch them? And part of catching them, part of getting them where they need to go is we have programming for them, not just to play and have fun, but to educate them, to have services, wraparound services around their families. Because I will tell you, each community, yes, is different, and different communities have different types of resources. And we have to understand where we're under-resourced and how we're going to bring those resources in. It's not good enough for IR to knock on my door after a spray of bullets have hit me. That's good, it's helpful, but I need that before then. We need to pay for services in this city. This city is poor in services, and we've got to figure out how to invest in services, because that's going to change the landscape in some of our neighborhoods. And when that changes the landscape in some of our neighborhoods, it's going to change the landscape in this city. So we've got to work on bringing adequate services to wrap around our families to help lift them up and move them forward. We have a lot of good families in this community, and it is about services and having support to get to where they need to go so that we have healthy children, healthy parents. And I'm committed as a member of this city, as a member of this body, to make sure that we bring more services to the city. We have $100,000 for violence prevention, and we need to figure out what to do with that money, Safety Committee. We spent another meeting, hours with community, and to the mayor, we need to figure out, take all that information, bring it to the Safety Committee so that we can continue to work with the police department in designing things and moving information forward of what we're going to do as it relates to a holistic safety plan. Because safety is not just policing. Just like you said, and I appreciate it, you cannot police your way out of this. You cannot. It's not all about policing. Everybody doesn't need a gun pointed at them or handcuffs on them. Many of us just simply need some love, some resources, and a way to fall forward versus falling backwards. Too many of our families are falling backwards instead of forward. And we've got to say that we are a city that will help you fall forward so that we can have a thriving city. We have a sign that invites us all that says Vallejo, right? A thriving city. Welcome to opportunities and a city of opportunities. What are our opportunities going to be? We can shape that together. And on the Safety Committee, we're going to start shaping that together with all of you and with our police department. We have 2 interns in the mayor's office, and I'm asking that the mayor would at least have one of her interns work with the Safety Committee. And another thing that we can do in this city is we don't have an internship for our youth from 13 to 18. There are many cities who have internships, paid internships through the summer for at least 8 weeks, where they are paying for young people to work in city government. It's not hard to stand up. It's not hard to do. It just takes willingness to make it happen. And we need to do that. We need to do that.
Yeah, thank you. I think you said it, and I'll build on what my colleagues have said. so far. I did have a couple questions. First of all, a couple weeks ago was at the U.S. Conference of Mayors and sat in multiple presentations with, idea sharing on public safety, and heard multiple departments talk about how transformative the NIBIN database was. And so I'm thrilled that we're using it. How long have we been using it, and do we feel, I know you said we're kind of not quite ready to we're not at the level of data collection to really see the impact, but can you talk a little bit about how that has assisted us?
Yeah, I don't know. We've participated in the NIBRN program for many years. So this is something that was brought by the ATF and has provided a huge resource in being able to connect shooting cases. But just that anecdotal, hey, this gun is associated to that person, that detective talks to that city. There's also a data tracking connection aspect to that is a little bit more comprehensive. And I don't probably think we're doing that to the best extent we can. Now, we're definitely leveraging and utilizing those NIBIN hits and connections, but there's always room for improvement in that area. But as long as NIBIN's been in existence, we have been participating in it. It's been something we've done for quite a while. I think this is worth pointing out, it takes a lot of staff time to do the test fires of all of the firearms that we recover to make sure we are contributing them to NIBIN. So, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. And I guess my question is, having served on the surveillance board and thinking about cameras and kind of where our low-hanging fruits are with technology, thinking about Raven and gunshot detection, a big concern with gunshot detection was, well, it's great if we know where the gunshot is, but if we don't have the officer to respond, that's going to be a problem. If we're going to spend money, I would love to I would love to know if a NIBIN machine would help us, if that's a barrier. So if we could, over the course of the next month or two, evaluate whether we have a barrier to, whether using Fairfield's machine is a barrier for us, if we feel like we could get farther having it locally. It looks like it's about $200K. I don't know if that includes the training costs, so it's not cheap, but that's why grants exist. Question for Sergeant Hollis. So the Neighborhood Watch Program, thank you for doing, you went out to all 8 beats, you did community meetings, and I want to drill down into, obviously we have a lot of medium and long-term strategies, but let's talk about the neighborhoods most impacted by violence. I'm in Glen Cove. I went to the Glen Cove. Glen Cove's easy. We're put into Councilmember Lettigiu's point. We're already in developments because it was recently built. Everybody's parceled out in their communities. You can very easily get a neighborhood watch lined up. There are a lot of people that have time to do it. How were the meetings in North and South Vallejo? What kind of outreach do we need to do to get some partners in those areas where we can really move the needle on this?
So Beat 8, I do really well. It's a very strong community. I'm struggling, to be honest with you, in Beats 7 and 5. Beat 6 is very strong, and Beat 4 is very strong as well.
So 4 is strong. So 4 and 8 are the...
4 and 8 are strong beats. Of course, I would like more community watch groups in specific parts of Beat 8 and Beat 4, but as a whole, I've seen a lot of progress.
So can we leverage and engage, medium-term strategy in those gap beats, but given that we're okay, it sounds like in 4 and 8, which are the ones that I have my eye on, can we leverage or engage those neighborhood watch captains in conversations around violence mitigation in the summer and what making sure that, to the conversation we just had, we can have great programs, we can do everything by the book, we can invest in the resources we need to invest, but if people don't trust the police, it's not going to work. And to Supervisor James's point, if there's a disconnect and everybody wants this to succeed, but we're just missing something, what can be that conduit? What can be that catalyst? And I'm wondering, can we engage those neighborhood watch captains in those beats and go, all right, what do you think our strategies are for reaching our young people, for getting people to report crimes, for doing the prevention, for getting iHeart out, for welfare checks or whatever we need to do to try to prevent this stuff from happening. And then when we do invest in the gun violence intervention, which I'm hoping we can get going, that's a whole nother conversation. Approving it in February would be nice to have it. We can invest it in the right ways. Do you feel like you have kind of those relationships already forming, at least, to start those kind of groups in those areas?
I'll admit they are forming, but of course, there's
Yeah.
always room for improvement. And I know
Yeah.
once the Business Watch starts in July and August,
Mhm.
I can provide a lot of brochures and advertise through the businesses, and then
Right.
the businesses can talk
That'll
to
be
the
I think that'll
residents.
be an easy one to get people on board. I know the businesses are ready and looking for any way they can to improve their safety. So I'm thinking, I know I'm thinking about Country Club Crest in South Vallejo. I'm thinking about very specifically gun violence. What can this group, so we have our public safety committee, we have our council members on those areas, we have myself and the office and interns. What can this group do to support that type of sort of community building and community partnership building in the very short term?
Yeah, I think one of the things I'd like to talk about specifically to North Vallejo and the Country Club Crest is an update that I think is important for this discussion is the property management company of Fairgrounds Plaza met with us this morning. They called and asked for a meeting. The representative, Rebecca, we had she is been the employee that oversees Fairgrounds Plaza since 2014. She's got a lot of historical knowledge, a lot of established relationship. It was an extremely productive conversation. I was very encouraged with her willingness and desire to help, to really look at one of the callers or the speakers talked about CEPTED, crime prevention through environmental design, really looking at the surveillance capabilities of that complex. What we're hearing is a lot of the business owners are putting up cameras and people are knocking them down. So somehow being able to either incentivize the businesses, whether it be, I don't want to speak on behalf of the business, but give them a break on rent if they maintain a surveillance camera, or having the complex purchase either a tower or some type of surveillance system that can be cloud-based. She was very much in favor of strategizing those type of things. So those type of relationships, she proactively reached out to us. We are open and willing to speak with everyone in the community. Their voices are important, and we get a little bit of tidbits of valuable information from all of those people. So I know that those in those particular neighborhoods that are more adversely affected by gun violence speak to people in the community. Please pass them. They can talk to Sergeant Hollis. They can have these interactive meetings. Once we have open lines of communication, we can get tangible solutions in the short term, also more in the long term. Maybe not exactly what you're talking, but I really wanted to get out the fact that we met with the
property
Fairgrounds
manager.
Plaza.
That's important. That's the Kings Market. That's the name of the Kings Market Shopping Center. That's crucial. That's crucial because we can think about in engaging the community. We can think about things we can do in that shopping center, even a beautification. To Councilmember Letaju's point, I mean, I went up there. I was up there a few weeks ago, prior to the most recent shooting, but after the previous shooting, and was talking to the stakeholders there about really trying to take back that space, not fleeing the space. And again, they had to move the summer program, and you can't, that just went, got to a point where it wasn't going to work. But how do we take back that space and invest in that space and make it, make people feel at home and welcome in that space, and those types of kind of low-hanging fruit projects where you do cleanups and beautification, art projects, something like that, if the property owner is open to that, decorating things or, whatever we can do to engage young people in that space and try to take it back. That's probably more of a medium-term strategy. But in the short term, I think, making sure we have a plan to really engage and re-engage the stakeholders and check in with them and build that relationship so that people feel that kind of, if you see something, say something, there's actually a mechanism through which to do that. And this is a partnership. I think the community for so many years has just been asked, give, give, give. And we've got to also, show that if you're going to give your time, if you're going to give your effort, we're going to meet you. We're there. We're hitting the gas. And we just hit the gas on the sheriff contract, and we got there on our end. Now we got to hit the gas on this and show folks we mean business. And I think the community will step up. I know the community will step up. Let's see. So for my part, I've got a lot of, I made a list of kind of all of the plates we have spinning on public safety, and we're really, I feel really good about our medium long term with some of the investments we're making. And from my part, what we're doing on the subcommittee with reform, being able to hold those two narratives of we have a problem, we have a lot of work to do, but look at what we've done. I think we're working on getting better at that, to be able to hold those kind of thoughts at the same time of let's not get discouraged, let's not get defeated. Let's see this colossal task in front of us and let's go for it and tackle it, take it on together and take it on head on. I've been in touch with the Center for Policing Equity, which is a national organization that does research and support for departments, has been very successful in cities throughout the country. And I thank the city manager and the chief for engaging in those discussions. We had talked about several projects that I think would be really impactful. And, I think with the PSP especially and some of the DOJ work, there was a feeling of the capacity might not be there to start the partnership now. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to reach out to Supervisor James. I already have reached out to Supervisor James, and we're going to try to start that work and do some of the community side of sort of public safety collaborative work so that by the time VPD has the capacity to come in more forcefully, we've already built up that partnership. So we're doing that in the short term. I'm in touch with Mayor Lee in Oakland to look at some of the regional stuff and see what resources we can bring in regionally, probably including, frankly, San Francisco and Sacramento, probably just including the whole region. And looking at the heat map, I don't know if we can pull up the heat map if we showed that, if we had a slide on it, but there's it was a different heat map, but this one works too. I mean, you can see Sonoma Boulevard, you can kind of see the hot spots of North and South Vallejo, and then you can see Sonoma Boulevard. Well, we have this Caltrans project that's about to break ground, and hustling to get CHP down Sonoma Boulevard. That's a short-term strategy with that project about to start. So that's something I'm committing to doing, is continuing to hustle and push Caltrans to try and get us those resources and get us CHP patrol down Sonoma Boulevard, which will then open us up, the opportunity to do more to address trafficking, which I know some of my colleagues have been involved in. I'm also I'm engaging in some things that we'll hopefully be able to announce soon that will get us some outside resources. And obviously we've got the sheriff to deal with response times. But that's, for 6 months out at best. I think the main thing for leaving today, I think the main thing we need to have is who we want to engage, when we want to engage, how we're going to follow up on some of these short-term things that, Councilmember led, as you mentioned, but we've had a few ideas here of really those low-hanging fruit for this summer. And let's leverage our public safety committee. So I will happily pass all my notes from the workshop and even from my high school visits as well, which we've typed it all up, but we've got it on the chart paper. I will pass that on to the public safety committee, and I don't know if that committee wants to convene the community stakeholders and have a meeting that way. And then, Councilmember Matulik and I can engage the school district on, how we can maybe reach our young people and their families. I think that's basically what I have. I don't know if any of the members of the safety committee want to confirm. I saw nods that sounded good to us. I think we should probably just schedule, I don't want to speak for you, but I think we should probably just schedule a couple meetings, soon.
So I think where we are balancing time and a meeting coming in, I think there has to be some training that's going to happen, if I'm not mistaken, for our host for the police department is going to actually chair that meeting with us. So I think there's training going on, if I'm not mistaken, Don, or will be scheduled before we can begin to move forward with our first meeting.
Yeah, I'm going to be trained on how to just run that. We haven't designated anybody yet, so I'm going to be the secretary for that.
Well, you look well trained already. You're looking good, Chief. You're speaking well. You look good on the dais.
Okay, so it sounds like we have a plan for that, and then I'll pass that information off.
Through the mayor,
Go ahead.
I would just like to say that I hear you guys loud and clear about the security towers. I think that's something that's a tangible thing that we can move on. A couple of things that just food for thought. I'm thinking surveillance advisory board. That would be something we would have to go with the surveillance advisory board. Their next meeting is not until July 24th. I'm thinking about RFP process. We know the vendor that has almost all of the towers in Vallejo currently. There's a couple other sprinkle of a couple of different other vendors. So we have just a couple of issues that, city process that we have to kind of work through. So I just would ask for your guys' help in how to navigate that best.
Let's see if they can meet sooner. Let's see if they can have a special
We
meeting.
can call a special meeting to the
Yeah.
through the mayor. We can call a special
Yeah,
meeting.
we can call a special meeting. That's no problem. The
And we can have a
liaison, I'm
special
looking at the
RFP.
liaison.
And I think that we can also probably, because we're in an emergency situation, we can skip the RFP process, right? And go ahead and
Yeah.
select a vendor and just purchase
Yeah, let's do it.
towers.
And we already have one that's our.
Under your purchasing ordinance, the council has power to do a lot of things, so we can certainly look at that and get the shortest path between 2 points.
Okay, let's try to follow up on that to engage the SAB in the next couple weeks, if we can.
And if I just comment on that real quick. So
Yeah.
if you, definitely if council can alleviate some of the red tape, we can get that pretty quickly over to, out of the police department at least, and then let it go through the process for purchasing. I did want to comment on Councilmember Letajou, so thank you very much for your comments, because that's exactly what we need to know and hear. One of the suggestions that I had made previously, we have so much open land and space. I was trying to work with a tow company to see if we could just use some land temporarily to get all of those vehicles stored. So any help I can get with alleviating red tape on that idea would also help accelerate some of that process that I had talked about, because we are at capacity. Of course, we can look for other vendors in other cities, but that is also another alternative that I would like to throw out.
So through the mayor, I think that's one question we definitely would have to run by our city attorney. What are the legal ramifications, and can we actually do that? I would say yes, but I'm not the city attorney. I'll just be really frank. I just want a solution, and I don't know what the right solution is. And when we make a motion, I definitely will add that to the motion and ask that you work with the city attorney and that we expedite this matter, just like we are expediting the security towers. Again, we say we're in a state of emergency, so let's act like it. We have powers that will allow us to move things forward, and we need to make this happen so that our summer this year has a certain amount of peace, because we have laid the groundwork for it.
Okay. I have a couple of ideas of how we can divide up the work, but Councilmember Gordon's been waiting patiently, so go ahead.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, and I echo everything that my colleagues have said. I do think it's really important that we should take what my colleague Mateus pointed out, is that we should invest in this particular machine. So I'm going to just read it to you. For the equipment costs, setting up this particular machine, the NIBIN capabilities, and for the kiosk, and the equipment itself is $250,000. The revenue service is, to keep it up with the data, and the remote data is $209 for startup cost. And then the personal cost, the law enforcement agencies participating in the NIBIN program may need to dedicate personal operators and maintain the equipment, and that can be however the city see fit and who they want to train. But the yearly program, it's from $19,000 to $27,000 a year. So I totaled that up to close to $800,000. And I think that's a good investment to move things forward. I mean, I know we are tight on dollars, but if we invest, into this system, I believe it would really help us, according to what I heard you say earlier. And then it also says right here, by the way, it does say that the ATF generally maintains the operator at the core of the NIBIN infrastructure at no cost to the law enforcement partners. However, agencies using the technologies are responsible for the costs associated with the equipment. However, there are many grants and state or federal fundings that may be available to help offset the cost. So those are, including the tower. I looked up the tower, and it is true. It's $50,000 to $70,000, and the same thing applies, that you can still apply for grants and through the state and through the federal. So I think that if you need our partnership to help with that, we can see what we can do, because I think we should invest in it. And I do like the idea with regarding the block party. I do understand the concerns of that, but like my colleague said here, Matilda stated that we do have so many parks. I mean, just in South Vallejo, we have the Carquinez Park, we have the Norman Keene Center, we have the Lake Dogwood Park that we put a lot of money into, that's hardly ever used. So maybe having two districts come together, and then our mayor, she can source herself around our districts. That's 3 parties, you know, and that would just, and maybe we can do a lot with the National Night Out too. Take that in consideration as well. But you know, you see my book, my resource card book. I'll break that out and see if we can get people to help donate to this event, because it's like we said, we too have to be part of the solution. Simple as that. I said that to Chief Tal when he was on the phone. It's not only you, it's all of us. And then to hear my colleague pointed out it again is obviously correct. So that's all I wanted to say, and thank you so much. And then can I ask you a question? When we have houses that we end up as a city taking over, or our business taking over, we surplus them. Why don't we do the same thing with the vehicles? I mean, that's a lot of money. Instead of trying to shift from here and there and let somebody else make the money, why don't we do it? That's a lot of money we can put aside, just thinking out loud. It sounds more easier in my head, but.
Yeah, normally, Councilmember, when the vehicles are impounded, the tow company takes possession of that vehicle. So it goes through the lien process. That's a transaction between the tow company and the owner of the vehicle. So we're just facilitating the tow, so.
How do we determine whether they're, how do we determine whether they're abandoned or not? Because these cars be sitting there for like 2-3 years.
So once they're towed, if the owner doesn't come to regain the property, then it goes through a lien process. If it is something that can be sold, it'll go to an auction. If it's something that needs to be scrapped, then the tow company will have scrappers come in, take off the scrap material, and then get revenue from the scrap metal. So generally, that's how it works.
Just like you offset it to the tow company.
Yeah.
Correct.
She was saying you offset it to push it onto the tow company.
Correct.
Yeah, thanks. So, okay, Councilmember Matias, I have a suggestion, but feel free to go first, or I can say my suggestion and get your feedback on my suggestion.
I mean, I want to make a comment and then
Yeah, go for it.
get us to, or at least contribute to getting us to a solution.
Yeah.
So I just want to make a general comment, and it's just to build off of what my colleague, Councilmember Letterju, was speaking to, and it's this piece around accountability. Admittedly, I was very frustrated coming into this meeting, and I'm still frustrated because it's July 1st. We said public safety was the #1 item, and I emailed Mr. Murray and the chief and a few other folks about the security towers in January. In January, this is when I first emailed, and I said, hey, we should explore this idea. My business district has a few of these. We should probably consider it as a deterrent. And here we are in July, trying to fast track getting these on the ground. And I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here, but how are we really in a public safety staffing emergency and really prioritizing public safety when it's taking us this long to talk about these things? Why are we having items that are not public safety oriented come before this body, and we're having 5 and 6 hour meetings discussing these items when we're not really having the conversations that need to be had around public safety? I continue to grapple with that, honestly. And it causes me great frustration because the residents were very clear that they wanted us to prioritize this, and it shouldn't have taken 7 months for us to have this meeting, and we shouldn't be having reactionary meetings. We need to be thinking about the future and proactively getting ahead of stuff. So you guys know the holiday season is another time of year where we have a lot of break-ins and shootings and all sorts of stuff happening, especially in our business district. So I hope that through the Public Safety Committee, we can start those discussions now so that by the time we get to the holidays, if there are additional recommendations that have to come before the council, we can move those up and not have it be property manager from this place or residents are emailing pissed off that we haven't done anything. So that's the end of my rant. Just had to get that out of my system, folks. I have one final question, and this is to Sergeant Hollis. The Safe Passage program that Councilmember Lettigiou was pushing for, and that you guys successfully piloted. So the summer is from June 20th to late September. And one of the alarming things that I saw in the PSP report was the shooting concentration near schools. Like there was a lot of shootings near Lincoln Elementary, St. Vincent, Hogan, and Pennycook. I didn't see Bethel, but so can we get that Safe Passage program at least from like the middle of August or whenever school starts again through the end of September to have a presence at these places? Because we shouldn't have any gun violence. I mean, there's laws, but they're still happening. And I think having officers there as a deterrent can help and sort of change some of the behavior that you've seen in these areas. And so is that something that you guys can commit to continuing to roll out specifically around these schools, which is what I saw in the report?
Yes.
Piloting the...
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. So, Mayor, just to round us out, we need security towers in Kings Market. I've also advocated for security towers on Sonoma Boulevard. It's in the map. There's a ton of crime and calls for service out of that area. And I also saw a lot of calls coming from your district, from District 6. So I think we need towers in each of those areas. I don't know, admittedly, where we would set that up in District 6. You're more well-versed with that district than I am. But Sonoma, Kings Market, and even the Broadway Strip where you have the...
Do you mind if I ask, when you showed the gun violence, the hardest or the highest numbers were from beats 5 and 7, was that correct? Which are all central Vallejo. Those aren't, we keep talking about North Vallejo and South Vallejo, but the gun violence from your statistics show it was beats 5 and beats 7 are the highest?
Yeah, well, I think that it was shootings and homicides.
Yeah.
The homicides were more
yeah.
concentrated and the shootings were, up and down Sonoma Boulevard, basically, was.
Well, it's... But I'm saying like,
yeah.
it's
These are
beats 5 and beats 7 are the two highest, but those aren't South Vallejo and North Vallejo, those are Central Vallejo. So
Well, I was getting there. What I was going to suggest was that for me, it's not just Kings Market and Sonoma and District 6. There's also a lot of activity on the Broadway corridor, which is another area that has a lot of businesses and has had fatalities, car fatalities, and shootings. So those are 4 hotspots. I don't know if there's other areas, but those are the 4 hotspots I was going to specifically call out as places that need like security towers.
And if I could just add, we can move them. So that is a whole year's or several years worth of data. So that could occur seasonally. It could occur at different times of the year, and we can move them where we need to place them.
Thanks.
I'm just...
I can share. I have a proposal.
I don't want the GVRD piece to get lost in this around
I've got it
programming
on the list. Yeah.
and the block party program don't know, again, Shelley, if this is something you guys can stand up and pilot. But I do think we should, again, get the community involved in this. The Neighborhood Watch program is one way to get the community participating, things that the residents have been asking for. Councilmember Palomares and I were side chatting. We've gotten a lot of requests about just having a block party program. It's a low cost program we can set up for residents, and again, it can help contribute to mitigate violence in our community. And then in addition to having GVRD, like how do we get the commissions, Mayor? So the Arts and Culture Commission, like how can we weave them into those discussions to have classes at the parks? Like how can we get some of the other commissions involved? I think we've got to have an all hands on deck approach to get some action this summer. So that's all I have.
Thanks. All right. Councilmember Letters says she has short questions, and then I'm going to try to pull it all together.
So I just want to hit the regional piece because you talk about data and basically, I guess, not having enough data or how you're collecting the data as it relates to when guns go off and so forth and on. How are we regionally working down the 80 and the 4? Because here's the reality. It's a known fact that as you talk about shooters are connected in several crimes, and sometimes they live in different cities. But I know for a fact that San Francisco and Oakland, they work really close right across that bridge, and we're having some of the same issues because some individuals who are here or coming over here have migrated from the city, migrated from Oakland. So what kind of regional discussions are we having around these different shootings that are occurring and the different types of crimes that are occurring? Because they're connected across the Bay.
Right. I think we talk about two different facets to that. It's a very good question. You talk about data sharing, that's one issue, and then you talk about crime intelligence sharing. I think we do a pretty good job in the Bay Area, up and down the 80 corridor, with crime intelligence sharing. We have a lot of crossover violence, a lot of crossover crime. We have counterparts at all the different Bay Area law enforcement agencies. An area where I think we could probably improve is actual data collection and reporting across all of those agencies. We probably don't do each individual agency collects, analyzes, does all types of things with their own community's crime data, and they keep it and report it to their own community. We don't do a good enough job probably regionally in terms of sharing and drawing connections as we probably could. I know that our crime analyst, Alan Pigg, is a partner in a regional meeting where they kind of have anecdotal discussions, but not real data sharing. So I know that's kind of, I see there's two sides to your point, which is very well taken.
Yeah, because I know that generally, and I've sat in some of those meetings where we're having regional conversations, we're talking about how we're going to shield families, all these kinds of things that are happening. And so you didn't really talk about it. You just really talked about, well, we need to collect data. And I just couldn't imagine that you weren't doing some of this actual work. So that's why I asked the question. And the question becomes, how do we help better facilitate this regional effort? And I believe working with CSJ, Tanish Hollins, who was on the line, would be a really great starting point for us, and we will talk about that in our safety committee. And the mayor's been in those meetings, Councilmember Matulik, because this is really important and how we're really connecting and carrying this message back and forth with one another. And then additionally, I want to go back to this where I talked about it from our youth, but there's no reason why in the police department that, oh, he's not there. Okay. That you cannot have college interns who are working to get a degree in criminal justice, so forth and on, to help and be analysts, data analysts in the department. There are things that we can do, and we always say, oh, it takes time. But you know what? We do the work in the front end so we can get what we need in the back end. And we need, if I need to take vacation to help you write the duty statements and work with the city attorney to make it happen, we can do that because it's really important. It brings in our youth from the community, meaning we have college students here who are going to college during the summer or down the street. You can bring in students from Berkeley, our junior college. So there are ways to augment what we already have. I've done it, and it's valuable because what happens is they literally sometimes become employees, right? So I would like for us to really think about how we can build out having an intern, a college intern program around analysts, data analysts.
We have accepted college interns. We do have a college intern program. I think we have a marketing problem. So I think that's something that's on us, and that's our homework to do, is to market that program better, because you're exactly right, council member. Some of those interns have become employees, very successful employees for us, or gone on to do great things in other places. So we just need to market that better. It's just one of the things on the
We
list.
need to have a city hall fellowship program. That's a year long. I'm going to talk to our city manager. So, thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks.
I'll give it back.
All right, yeah, great discussion. Okay, here's my thought, kind of thinking about the landscape and the committees we have. So the Public Safety Committee is council members Matias, Palmares, and Leteju. And I will give all the public safety stuff. If you all can convene, and again, if you need resources from the mayor's office, where we can provide. The violence intervention funding, the plan for that, what beautification or cleanup or block parties, like whatever engagement we feel like meets the community's needs. And then, I mean, the weird thing is, even though we're in a budget crunch, we do have money. We have money in Measure P, we have money in the weird salary savings chunks of money, we have opioid funding. And because Councilmember Matias is the liaison to Measure P, maybe we can come up with some ideas, work with Measure P, and figure out, can we push some, whether it's youth, whether it's, because safety was a priority, whatever that looks like. The vice mayor is liaison to the SAB, so I don't want to volunteer you for that acquisition of those towers, but I feel like that is a fit, and helping me make sure we just agendize this stuff again in agenda setting, because I think we should agendize this. I think we should all take our marching orders, and then we should re-agendize for that August meeting, and then re-agendize for our first September meeting, just for like a quick update, nothing crazy. Once you take out the safety committee, you have council members Gordon and Matulik who represent North and South Vallejo. So that can be some of the task of community engagement. I can take GVRD and Badger Caltrans about Sonoma Boulevard funding. And if we want to look at internship programs, I've actually already talked to the college about how we can partner with them on work assignments for their work experience courses. So we can work on that. And maybe, I don't know if we have interest in partnering with maybe even the neighborhood watch, partnering with Sergeant Hollis on the neighborhood watch captains, and just creating community groups in those places so we can have a quicker line to leadership if issues come up. But I think that's a pretty good kind of division of labor amongst ourselves. And then we've got some medium-term things that we can talk about again later. But I think this is our sprint. This is our summer sprint, probably. And then I mean, I think looking at the meeting schedule, I think we should just re-agendize it August 6th and then re-agendize it September 9th. If we don't need it, great, we can just brush past it, but at least we plan to do it. Because like Councilmember Matias said, this is a priority. It should be on our agendas. All right, Councilmember Matias.
So Measure P.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to bring it back up again. We have $100,000 that were set aside for gun violence prevention efforts.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should have a conversation about what immediate action with that pot of money do we want to take this evening, so that we can cut through some of the red tape. Because if we make referrals to Measure P and some of these other commissions, that's going to take some time, add some layers, and we need to have some urgency behind this, number one. And then number two, again, I think we've got to be careful about, although it does fall, you can make the argument some of these things fall within the stated priorities for Measure P of sending everything to Measure P, just because of what was promised to the voters. So I just want to be mindful of that. So to the council, do you guys want to, how would you like for us to perhaps utilize the $100,000 that were set aside for gun violence items so that we can move on some of these items this evening and not add additional layers to it?
And if
So,
I
yeah.
and if I'm remembering correctly, we've already allocated that, so there's no further action needed from council. I guess we might have to approve a contract at some point, but even the city manager, it's going to be 100,000 or less, so we might not even need to do anything else. We just need to make sure that it pushes. Yeah, we make sure that it pushes forward. I mean, I'm mindful of Measure P, but part of me is going, if we don't use it for this, what are we using it for? You know, in terms of priorities, things that are urgent to the community, what the community feels is necessary. We've got money hanging from previous years sitting. It feels like there's no better cause than this if we find the right fits in terms of projects, whatever that may look like.
If I could just chime in, I think that if we sole source, I'm just using an example, 2 towers, I think it's going to be less than 100,000. And I think the biggest administrative hurdle will probably be the SAB. We can get that contract. We've worked with Antioch, and they have existing contracts that we could get some help with that. So that could be relatively quick. I think the SAB is probably the longest item.
They'll be fine. They could have a special meeting. Yeah.
So can I chime in?
Yeah, go ahead.
To the chair.
Well, yeah, Councilmember
Go
Palmer
ahead.
is up. I want
I'll
to try to do my best to go in order.
No worries. So for those $100,000, we need no more than $50,000 for those 2 violence assessments or problem analysis assessments for Vallejo Vision. I don't expect those to rise above $50,000. So, but those just still need to be encumbered. But practically speaking, there should be $50,000 left for that.
So practically speaking, you're right, and I'm not looking to take that $100,000 from my perspective isn't for our towers. We should be able to buy 10 towers, $500,000. There's opioid dollars. There's other dollars that are special funded that we should be able to take it out of. And because we don't have the CFO here or the city manager, I can't get that question answered. Because if you take $50,000, you're buying 1 tower. That's not sufficient. That's not going to get us what we need.
No, I'm thinking of $100,000 as community programming, like your advanced piece, CVI type programming. And the question becomes, in terms of sourcing, is there somebody that we have an existing relationship with that we know uses that we can get, activated tomorrow? As great as it would be to do an RFP, we're going to be end of summer by the time we get that going. Again, to Councilmember Matias's point, it would have been great to put that out in February when we started talking about it, but here we are. Can we just fund something we've already funded and go? Did you have something else to add, Councilmember Palmares?
No, I hear you, but I don't have an answer for that right now. I'll have to probably just stew on it. I think we all have to think about it a little bit longer.
I mean, I don't mind kicking it to the Public Safety Committee, but I don't know that that's any quicker. City Attorney.
Just trying to help a little bit here. I think if the council wants to direct staff tonight to do some of the items that you have discussed. So for instance, the security towers. There seems to be some generalized agreement that that's probably a good idea. So direct staff to price out what it would take to do, I don't know what number you want to say, 5, 4?
10.
10's a lot. I'm not going to argue with the council. You all take a vote and decide which way you want that to do.
We can
Right.
price out different options.
Exactly. So, we could just tell you how much is each one, and then you can decide, once you know that, how many you want. Come back, decide where, and staff come back with a plan for the process, meaning, and maybe that goes to the Public Safety Committee, but what are we going to do about council making appropriate findings to not go through an RFP process? What are we going to do about getting the contract together? How fast can we reach out to a sole source vendor and find out how fast they could get them to us and get them up? All of that information can be brought back, and then you take the budgetary action to fund it. But right now, when we're talking about, I mean, you could direct the budgetary action to come back first, but again, you need information, and if you don't, the fastest way to get that information is for you to tonight direct staff to produce it. So
I think we've given that direction. I'm wondering if, from a logistical standpoint, can we authorize, let's say we need more information and we need to act again and we don't have another council meeting, can we authorize the Public Safety Committee to make that decision on behalf of the council? Can we kind of pre-authorize? No, they can't do it. I mean, that's just worth a try. Could we have a?
You can delegate the question of whether and how many, but the council has to take the budgetary action.
Right. But that, yeah, okay. Sorry, Councilmember Matias, did you have something else?
Can I just put something out there just for you guys to respond to? So I would propose that we cost out 5 security towers to bring it back to council for approval. I think what I'm struggling with right now is I'm not trying to have 17 meetings to get this done. This needs to get done like tomorrow. So that's number one. We're also directing staff to reestablish a safe passage program at each of the schools that I earlier noted: St. Vincent, Lincoln Elementary, Hogan, and Pennycook, from whenever it starts through the end of the summer. I would want staff to stand up a block party program and to let us know if there's any like funding request that's attached to that program, if they're able to stand it up, and to get that done as soon as possible for the summer. And then when it comes to GVRD, again, I want to open up the question to the council: should we be subsidizing programming to our youth this summer? And if so, at what level? Because that's also direction that we would have to give staff, and then there'd have to be a budget amendment attached to that. So I'm just putting it out there. Those are specific community violence mitigation actions for this summer.
Can I just make one comment? There's a lot of activity that we use staff for, abatement cleanups, you name it. I mean, a bunch of things. I think that once we, and I don't know how many you had mentioned, Councilmember, sound like 5 or 6 before the end of the year. That's really truncated. So if there's a caveat in there that can allow us some flexibility in the event that there are other priorities that come up that we cannot staff it, to give us some flexibility, that would be appreciated.
You're talking about the safe passage?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I don't mind giving you guys some flexibility on that front, but I do think we've got to change behavior. We've got to change. We have to sort of make this a thing that we do to keep our kiddos safe. You guys did a great job a few months ago piloting it. We have to continue and build on that. And it doesn't have to be officers. It could be police assistants, but let's just start to change the way we're operating. So I'm happy to make that friendly amendment, and then would love to hear from my colleagues on the GVRD question.
Yeah, I had actually forgot to read that off my list. I had suggested Councilmember Matulik and I on GVR on safe passage, and we could check. I actually haven't. GVRD has reached out to follow up and is eager to partner. So maybe we have them price out, and then we just, based on what they price us out for different amounts, we can select amount of funding that we want to approve, and up to that, and first come, first serve. kids can sign up and participate in whatever programs. But we need a proposal from them, kind of with the costs out. So it sounds like we are going to have one more meeting.
Point of order. I just want to say, can we give clear direction to the staff of what we want the city to do? Like we've talked about the commissions and the things that we're going to do as a council, but I don't think we've given clear direction, and we're going to be here all night going back and forth over everybody's demands. So if maybe you could summarize what the staff direction would be, and then if something's forgotten, then we could speak up. But
Yeah, let's do that. All right, I got Councilmember Gordon, Ledeju, and then Matulik, and then I'll sum it. We'll try to be brief.
Thank you. Just through GVRD, I think that they should also take consideration they can waive some fees. I mean, because this are for our kids, and if maybe we can partner with that suggestion. And I believe if there's like a multiple children in one home, they give discounts. So we will make sure that that we are mentioning that to them while we are negotiating. I was thinking with Councilmember Alex Mateus was mentioning about the 100,000. I thought that it was, like you said, Mayor Soros, to go to programs in the community like Broken by Violence and things like that, and that partnership with them. I was thinking it was for that, but was that for? Just have clarity? No? Okay. Well, I definitely want to make sure that we do look and see how we can partner communities who are doing the footwork and helping us stay connected as a glue, see how we can look into funding them as well. Just a thought, because they're everywhere I'm at. That's how I got this bracelet. So I want to make sure that we're not leaving them out of this conversation. And thought about like something how we did for our unhoused. We had this whole room full of resource folks. Maybe in this situation, we could do the same thing. Like we had everybody you could think of in the room that had something to do with unhoused. I think we should do the same in this particular situation.
Councilmember Ledeju.
So I just want to go back. Do we have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Matias?
I don't know that it was a motion.
Or a direction?
We're getting there.
So move.
Okay, so I'm going to do a friendly amendment to that. And I'll say to our city attorney, you can tell me if I can do this or not, but you are requesting 5 towers, and rather than requesting 5 towers and prolonging the process, I'd like to attach a dollar value to this work and give direction to the city staff to do the research and match the dollar value to however much we can buy. And I'd like to say that we would, for security towers, spend $500,000. That money could be funded from opioid, wherever. The city staff would have to determine where that money would come from. So I think that's important versus saying I want 5 towers, because when I look at this and I look at the maps, I'm depending on the police department to come back based on data and really say where these security cameras need to be, and us opine on that. And I want to mitigate a step by adding dollar values versus quantity to the things that we're asking. I want to add a dollar value to the block party, and so if every district, whatever it looks like, having a dollar value, is it 50,000? I don't know, but I think we need to add dollar value so we're not talking about money and it's already coming back with a cost. And so how do I just lay that out specifically so that it's correct?
So I think your friendly amendment would be to direct staff to bring back budget amendments for these items, a budget amendment for $500,000 with a suggestion as to where it comes from, for as many security cameras as that can buy, or security towers, I'm sorry. Right. Cameras was not the right word. I don't know what number you want to put to the block party program, but say staff.
I say 50,000.
50,000, all right.
No,
Oh,
total.
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 50,000 is a lot of hot
I'm talking
dogs.
totals. So $500,000 for security towers, $50,000 for block parties. What else do we have out there?
The GVRD summer program.
What's the average cost of a
This was I was struggling
We'd have
with.
to ask the individual from GVRD if they're still on.
It doesn't look like Thomas Jude is still available,
Is
but another
Anthony-
rep, Anthony Reyes,
Yeah,
is
let's get
available.
Anthony.
Hi, I'm here. So the average price for a program would be $190
per child?
per child. And it's dependent on the activity. So if it was a week-long camp, it would be $190. And then it could range anywhere from 35 to 75 for just a traditional program.
Okay. What's a reasonable amount, you guys? I just want to add dollars to this. I'll say $100,000.
Like 100,000.
Okay, 100.
I'm sorry, but our vice mayor said $300,000. I'll take it. So $300,000 for,
Am I changing that to 300?
yes,
Okay.
$300,000 for GBRD. Our babies are worth it. Thank you. What else, other activity we can add dollars to?
Can I ask for more clarification on the, I assume you're saying to subsidize children who could not otherwise afford to go?
Either subsidize it to 0 or to 80%.
Okay,
And
but it's need-based?
Yeah.
Okay, need-based program. Thank you.
No child should be turned away.
Got it. Okay, and the other one was the Safe Passage program, which I'm not sure it needs funding per se.
Yeah. No funding.
Yeah, I think
I think that
we
makes
talked
sense.
about just 4 for, before the end of the summer.
4. I didn't understand that.
4
Yeah, I mean, we'd really
different
need those-
campaigns for the,
we'd
until
need
the end of
those
the summer.
Back we can't do it by the 8th probably, so we need it the 20, whatever that is. That meeting.
The only thing I will say is
22nd.
that school doesn't start. so
Yeah.
that- Yeah.
That was not a July thing. That's more of a August
On-
through September
Okay.
program. Like, just to make sure as kids are starting their school year, there is a presence, and we're just changing the way we're operating. In those schools where there is data showing that there are shootings and that there's a lot of calls for service in these areas.
Got it. Thank you.
So, Councilmember Matias, do you accept Councilmember Letigiou's friendly budgetary direction amendment?
Some of those numbers are kind of high, but I don't know.
We could just do up to.
Up
Yeah,
to.
up
And
to.
decide
Yeah.
at in the moment.
Okay.
I'm trying to cut.
Yeah, no, I get it. I
I'm trying to
appreciate
get
it.
through not having.
But I think to accompany whatever we get back at our next meeting, there should be some report that comes from GVRD with some modeling, right?
Right.
These many kids at this
Right.
amount, it's going to get us to this dollar figure. And the same for the security towers. So we're not flying blind.
And this is a direction to staff to do these 5 items.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's my motion.
All right, I've got comments from council
Can I
members.
just ask one question on that motion?
Yeah.
So when it comes back, we're not going to have to go through another step, right? We can say yes.
That's right. You
and
are
keep it
directing
moving.
tonight for staff to bring these items back to you, including a budget amendment step that would be up to these. You can set aside this amount of money for these items and not spend it all
Right,
in
I
the
get
end,
that.
but yet set it aside.
I just don't want to have another meeting over another meeting.
Understood.
I want to be done.
I got
Okay.
that from the original motion.
So this
I
can be
guess.
step 1 of the process. This can be intent to
This
amend.
is direction. So tonight.
So we
the
have to do
item-
2 steps after this. Yeah.
But Notice of intent to amend the budget itself requires, I mean, we have to do that, that's found in the charter. But,
So
so
we
the
have to have 2
money
more
itself would come back at your first step immediately to just budget that amount of money.
Oh,
And
so
then
we can put
staff
that
would-
back on the 8th.
Exactly,
Okay.
and then the detail on what we're actually doing would come back, maybe with step 2.
All right, quick comments from Councilmembers Matulik and Palmares, and then I think we're ready to vote.
And just for clarification, for the GVRD, for the subsidy, for that funding, are we just talking just for the summer, or, because $300,000 to get us through August, that's pretty short period of time versus getting, because we still have to get this noticed out to people to even apply for the programs, where no one's probably aware of it right now. So I think, I would like to think that we could do that year-round. Because I know we started out as a summer program, but the fact we're already in
Maybe
July.
let them come back and let us know how much that will cover, and we'll see if we need to increase the funding or increase the time, but.
Yeah,
let it come back.
especially for the fact that I know GVRD has programs that go throughout the year. So I just want to make sure we're not limited, in my mind, limiting it just to the summer program, because if we have this funding and the fact is it's going to take some time to get people aware of this and to get and signed up for this, I'm thinking it's not going to be just up until August. I would like to think that we can go year-round with that. And just another point of a clarification, I think Chief Todd brought it up, is school doesn't start up until August. And just as a friendly reminder, there's a new leadership at the school district. So I think they would want it, specifically with the schools we're aiming for the safe passage to go through, making sure that that administration is aware of it and how we can coordinate and collaborate with how the program's going to run through that. And once again, we start professional development starting in the beginning of August. So that would probably be the time, if you could have it planned out and coordinated with VCUSD leadership, that would probably be an ideal time to kind of dovetail that into their PDs and specifically for each of those sites that we're intending for.
Yeah, we'll take care of that.
All right. I have Councilmember Palmares and Councilmember Gordon, and then we really do need a vote. We have a motion on the table, so we got to vote on it.
Will we be able to see that security guard contract by the end of the month?
I must admit that that's a little bit more of a question for the HR director than it is for me. I know she is trying to schedule a meeting and get some information back to see if we even need that meeting. So there have been some questions asked about the operational aspects of the security guard contract. So I can't make a promise. What I can do is find out tomorrow whether that has been scheduled and what that looks like on a timeline, and send it back out to the council in an email.
So as direction, can we endeavor to get it to us by the end of the month?
Oh, we can endeavor to do a lot of things. It's subject to what we are trying to do with meet and confer. Let me try to find out what it looks like and get it back to you, and in terms of information, and we'll.
I think we already gave that direction a while back to expedite
did.
that.
You absolutely did.
And
It's worth reiterating.
It's reiterating, and yeah.
That's
So
okay.
the update to the community as it is in meet and confer. That's the status.
That is it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilmember Gordon.
Let me say, first of all, I'm so excited and proud of every last one of my colleagues for taking this serious and really want to do something about it instead of just talking about it. So I want to say thank you to each and every last one of you, and plus the staff and plus our police friends, and willing to do this work with us. I appreciate that as well. I want to let you know, I remember Mayor Osby Davis had a program a while back with GVRD for families that apply and they didn't meet they did meet the accommodation requirement, and so and he funded every year. By the way, I don't know if anybody remember that, but I know I was a recipient of that. So we can probably look at this as that. But I also like the fact that he did ask for data to make sure that the kids were getting the program attached to the right kids and that they were in need, and he would always match it the following year, if I remember correctly. Don't hold me to it. I'm almost 60 in August. So if we could make sure that data is connected to it. You hold your mouth. Are you all right? Do you know something, Don? Because you're like, I don't know. Okay. But anyways, I want to make sure that data is connected to it and that the right kids are really getting the service established to them as well. That's all I would like to add to your friendly amendment, is that data be included.
Okay, I think, all right, Councilmember Tulloch has a quick clarifying question.
As a point of clarification, and thank you, Sergeant Hollis, for bringing this to our attention, is the fact that Safe Passage is a copyrighted program. So I think the program we're talking about is under Safe Routes to School. So whatever that, if you can help clarify the actual nomenclature of what the program we're talking about.
Yes, Safe Start to School.
Safe Start to School.
All right.
Yep.
All right, I think we can vote on this motion. It had 4 things, and it had four directions: security towers, block party, safe routes,
Safe start.
safe start, subsidization of GVRD programming, and let's vote on it, and then we're gonna need to come back to that violence intervention funding, because we did not get that $100,000 in here. So let's vote on what we have, and then let's come back to that, if that works. Can we vote?
It's with the amendment, right? I'm sorry, I'm just
Yeah,
clarifying.
we're voting on the amendment. Yep. And then with respect to,
Carries unanimously.
wonderful. And then with respect to the violence intervention funding, what direction do we need to give? I mean, I guess this is a question for the chief/acting city manager. I mean, what direction does staff need with respect to that funding to try to get something funded and operable as soon as possible?
Are you referring to the 100,000? I think it all kind of depends on what direction you guys want to use that money with.
Yeah, Councilmember Palmares, go ahead.
So, Natalie, who's kind of running that program now, Vallejo Vision, she needs to get that money encumbered for those 2 analyses. So she just needs to make the contacts to get that encumbered and the contract.
And I think that's different funding, actually.
What are we talking about right now?
Yeah,
We're talking about Councilmember Matias when we were in the mid-year budget.
Yeah.
Allocated $50,000 for violence
That's
intervention, and
the
then we
same thing.
upped it.
That's the same thing we're talking about.
Yeah,
I
but
think it's something-
no,
I think it's
it's
separate.
it's different.
Yeah, I think it's separate. I think we funded both. I think it's 2 separate things.
Time out. Time out. At mid-year, I asked for $50,000 to do an analysis on our gun violence issue here in the city. That got approved by the council. We then needed a second vote to kind of re-up the 50,000 when we adopted the budget, and Councilmember Lettigiou tacked on an additional 50K, and that was more general in nature. Is that right, Councilmember Lettigiou? To also use in support of gun violence mitigation initiatives. So I think what should happen, in my opinion, is the Public Safety Committee should hash out what we do with the 50K. And then when it comes to my request for mid-year, what we should work with staff on is putting the RFP together and then bringing it up to you guys for review and approval.
Okay, I'm okay kicking that to the Public Safety Committee. I just wasn't sure if we wanted to act on that now.
No.
In that case, I think we're good. I think we all have a sense of where we're headed. Thank you all. We're Councilmember Lettigiou.
So,
Last word.
Because our council member Palmares, I don't think we have clarity. So, as it relates to the Vision, Vallejo, what do we call it? Vallejo Vision program that you just spoke about. I'm not aware of how that funding or what you've been working on. So my question is, was there funding already set aside for what you have brought forward to the table? I don't want to ignore this.
Does PD know?
So I just want to, acknowledge what's going on here.
We do need money for Vallejo Vision. We were going to seek to apply for the CalVIP grant coming up in cohort 5. As of now, we have no money source to fund the services and support aspect of this. We're going to be asking these organizations to do it, just as a matter of their current business.
So what is the dollar value that you're looking for? Because that hasn't been brought forward. That money this came from a whole different place, but I don't want to ignore what Councilmember Palmares has brought forward. So I know you're going to do Cal VIP, and I know it's a grant, and I'm well aware of that grant. But in light of that, how much money are we seeking for the program?
Zero to start. We are asking these organizations to do the work that they're doing, so we don't have an analysis, an exact amount. The scope of work is going to dictate what we're able to do and what service they're going to be able to provide to these candidates.
So you haven't scoped out the work.
We are scoping out the work for Cal VIP to have a funding mechanism. As of now, we're just asking these organizations through the CVI network to just do the work that they do with candidates.
But, okay, hold on a minute. So I get that you were going to hopefully have funding through Cal VIP to pay for the services of the organizations helping in this program. So what did you hope to pay? What did you hope for your budget to be for this program?
Well, the way I could answer that is my initial impression is it was going to be zero. So any amount that we would get would be helpful.
No, so tell me if you could get money. So we're not operating with the starving mentality. If you think about your program, what would you like to have? What do you think you need to begin the process? I don't have $1 million or $2 million, but what would you need? You're asking organizations to partner with you. They have staff. They have to pay for whatever they're doing. So what do you imagine?
I imagine that an amount that we could get to start up these organizations, I'd just be making up an amount. We could start with $25,000 would be nice to start with, but I don't have that actual data and numbers to back up, whatever that amount would be.
Do you want to bring it back? Because we're already bringing back on the 8th all these other budget requests. Do you want to think about it a little bit and bring back, or do you need more time?
Of course, yeah. If we had some time to think about it, we could work with Natalie Peterson and we could come up with.
A week is better than 1 minute, but I don't know if that's enough time.
Yeah, can I chime in, Mayor, real quick?
Of course. Oh, yeah, it's a day, sorry. Yeah, it's not a week. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think what we learned from doing the site visits with the other cities was that a lot of these organizations, because it doesn't come with funding from PSP, we wanted to see if they could use, or we could use them to do the existing work that they're doing. A lot of them are receiving funding from different sources, and so having that pot of money for these community-based organizations will help us include them into the Vision program without having to ask them, as Aurora is doing, to work for free.
I hate to state the obvious, but I mean, we're literally throwing money to you and you're telling us you don't need money. So I think that's a very dangerous situation to be in when when we're talking about public safety and everybody's here. We've invested 4 hours of our night to talk about this, and we're literally trying to give you money and you're saying you need nothing. So I think
when we talk about our current realities, council member, that's a really good point, because that's what I came to this meeting as. I'm always asked to cut money and to not have the money. So I didn't come to that with the mindset of give me money, because it's always trying to do more with less. That's our reality at the police department. And I think you kind of drove it home with that point is I don't have those numbers because I was going to do it for zero. And I was going to try to do people that get it to do as a favor. I totally get your guys' point, but just know that I would be really appreciative of us to get out of that mindset of doing more with less.
Yeah, and maybe
So can the Public Safety Committee work on it? And maybe can I make a motion or something? I motion that for right now, we start with 300K and have a deeper discussion and see where we need to get. How about that? Okay.
Councilmember Palmares, real quick. We have a motion on the table.
Sure. So I just want to clarify any questions about the $50,000. So let me just back up from the beginning. So you wanted to do or a violence analysis, right? I also want to do that. The organization that you want to work with, they take that money, give it to a researcher. That money produces a problem analysis, right? So for Oakland, for Operation Ceasefire, they have to have that first. That's kind of the best practice going forward for their program. So getting that analysis feeds into Vallejo Vision. If you don't have a starting point for groups or individuals to initiate those interventions, you're starting from nothing, and you're just basically only reacting. So $50,000, $20,000 will be enough for the that researcher, through Nick Jr., and another $20,000 will be good to use the researcher who did the initial violence analysis. They use a different methodology, but they're doing it through. We use them initially through PSB. I think it'd be wonderful to ask PSB if they could fund her again, so we don't have to use that money. So effectively, we could possibly just only pay for one researcher, but $50,000 should be enough for both those analyses, which give us a really good starting point for Vallejo Vision. I hope that makes sense.
So that's fine. And again, there's $100,000. We can talk about it more on the safety committee, how we're going to get there, to and who, with, and so forth and on. But there's a bigger problem that we just talked about, a bigger question, where you're bringing in CBOs who are already doing work, and you were going to ask them to do you a favor. We're not going to ask them to do us a favor. So again, I still submit that for this program, so that our CBOs are not doing favors, they deserve also to be funded and continue to do the work that they're doing. Let's start with $300,000. And we can talk about it further and have a better budget, but we can lay that on the table so that our city staff, at the very least, can look and determine what is the possibility, where could those funds actually come from? Because we don't have the CFO here, and we don't have the city manager here. We're just laying out numbers, and we're asking for research to be done and for budgetary information to be brought forward. And if it's necessary, we can adjust where we need to, but that would be my friendly motion to this process.
And if I can do a friendly amendment, I would say, yes, I would agree to that, but if we can still continue to look for the grant and supplement the 300,000 with the grant, if we get any money from the grant, so that we're not using all our funds.
All right, let's vote on, let's vote on that. I know. Thank you, Dawn. We have the best city clerk.
I'm missing a vote.
I'm sorry. I just don't know if I should be voting on this right now. I'm gonna abstain. Yeah.
Councilmember Matias, you know the abstention. The council has a rule where the abstention goes with the majority vote. So by you abstaining, if they all vote yes, you're in essence saying no. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It's another up to. I mean, you're doing another up to, right? Where, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. The vote carries majority. I mean, unanimously, because the abstention counts towards a yes.
All right.
May I ask a clarifying question? Just for purposes of, because we have an agenda that gets published tomorrow for the 8th meeting. Is it the council's intent to have the notice, step one, the notice of intent to amend the budget for all of the money items that you just handed us?
With those as up tos that could potentially reduce in the second step
The
as we scope them out.
up-tos occur at your meeting on the 8th. Thank you for that clarification.
And with that, we will adjourn at 10:04 p.m.